All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live right now. Oh man, we got big stuff happening. Just let me know if you guys can hear me. I'm back, and we are about to be on for the rest of the night. And we got some big news coming out of course, Indiana, and of course, Kentucky. That's being counted. It's already been Indiana's already been called for Trump, as you can see right here, and Kentucky has been called for Trump. We have Georgia already doing the counting, and then Florida. Look at the counting right now in Florida, and then we have Vermont. That is already for Trump. That's the 7 o'clock closing that we just got here. Make sure to smash the like button. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Everything's good here. Let me turn the brightness up real quick for you guys. Make sure you guys can hear me. We're good. All right. So, yeah, big stuff happening here. Let's go to Fox News real quick, see what they're talking about. It
was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 20.
Yeah, so they're counting right now for Georgia, and we're going to be watching all of that live. We're going to be going back and forth as to what is going on. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this live stream. A lot of you guys are hopping on here. So, no, Vermont already has been declared for Kamala Harris, as we're going to the map here right now, and you can look at that. It has already been decided. So Vermont, I don't know what's going on over there. What's going on in Vermont, guys? Vermont has gone to Kamala Harris. 2 states have already been called for Trump at 7 p.m. The next closing will be 8, and then the closing after that will be 9 p.m. So, yeah, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. All right, so the numbers right now, 34% reporting in Florida has not much of a margin for Trump here, which is just weird, but there's only 34% of the reporting. And then, of course, in Georgia, 1% reporting, but they have Trump up right now, guys. So it's looking very promising right now. Trump is calling radios. Trump is doing his thing. Let's go back here. See what they're talking about. All right, let me know if you guys know the audio keeps going in and out. I know that the audio keeps going in and out. So we got some big things. Votes are starting to be coming in, which is just really big, really big. Let's see. Let me turn the volume up here so you guys can hear it.
I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So we have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. But Martha?
Those are really interesting numbers. They
Absolutely.
tell a story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Karl Rove, Laura Ingram, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome. Great to have you here. She's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now, Harris isn't getting enough from women, at least in Georgia.
Damn, she's not? Isn't that crazy? Once again, smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. And all right, so we got some things we got to talk about here, guys. We have some things we got to talk about. So number one thing we got to talk about, let's go back to this map real quick. All right, so the map, as you can see right now, we need 270 to win, right? If you're Trump, right? That's what we're rooting for right now. We got 19-3 right now. If it ended right now, Trump will be declared the winner. But we do have some malfunctions here from Laura Trump. So I don't know if you guys have seen this. Let's just go through this real quick. So throughout the day, this is what Laura Trump says, head of the RNC. This is what Laura Trump says. She says, throughout the day, we have been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions, and the city now has to start over, wildly extending the counting timeline. This is an unacceptable example of incompetent election administration in a key swing state. Voters deserve better, and we are unambiguously, I know this word, I just can't say it right now, calling on Milwaukee's officials to do their jobs and count the ballots. So this is, look, Trump right now is, there's a lot of stuff coming out of Michigan. Michigan is going to close at 8. This is why this is very important. You guys stick with me here. once again, because we got to go through. Look, for those who don't know, Laura Trump literally is ringing the bell, right? Now we know that Michigan is very, very big, and we're going to go through what the poly market has on Michigan. The poly market on Michigan has on Wisconsin and on Michigan. So Michigan, she is 64% to win in Michigan, according to the poly market statistics. So, but we have things already happening there that are not good. So that's something that we definitely got to talk about. That's something that's happening right now. So once again, let's go back to Laura Trump. Laura Trump, head of the RNC, says throughout the day, we have been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions, and the city now has to start over. So if this election goes all the way down to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, then we know what's happening over there. So that was Laura Trump. So we already got things, we got bomb threats, we got that happening. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your seatbelts on. We got a long way to go, in this election, but many things are beginning to come out. And yeah, we just got to be ready for anything and everything. All right, so we got some updates from, did you guys see the exit polls? The exit polls are very, very big. Let's go back to the exit polls real quick. Let's take this off the screen real quick. Let's go to the exit polls. So the exit polls are actually really bad for the Harris campaign. Let's take a listen.
It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the.
Look at that. Look at this, guys. This is what the exit polls look like. Satisfied 19%, dissatisfied 43%, and angry 29%. Golly. Feeling about the way things are going on in the United States of America today. That's what's going on right now. So it is not looking the best right now. Once again, the counting is beginning. Whoa. What is happening here? What is happening in? Interesting. Let's move over here real quick. So we got a big update from Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, from Georgia. Georgia is blue right now. Kamala Harris, 84,000 to 80,000. 3% reporting so far. So we got to keep an eye out on what's happening in Georgia. Florida is, for some reason, close. As of right now, 44% is in. Georgia, let's see. So yeah, we're going to have Georgia. Those polls are going to be closing. I think those polls are already closed, so they're just doing their counting. Listen, man. Somebody said, don't worry about Georgia. No, I'm not worried about Georgia. But to see it blue right now, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, ladies and gentlemen. It is pretty crazy to see it blue as of right now. So we have Georgia, 84. So we're going to be getting all these updates throughout. Let's go to Fox real quick, see what's going on over there.
Out there for him. And I also think that we should thank Georgia for doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident about the results.
Britt, the economy is the number one issue in Georgia by far.
Is everything.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, are what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, is just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon.
Yeah, so let's go back real quick. We're going to be, okay, there you go. Donald Trump is back on top. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw some of you guys, saw your face. I saw your face. Some of you guys were extremely worried about that. And next thing you know, Georgia, bow. Georgia is red, ladies and gentlemen, red. So but still, only 3% of reporting. It just shifted just like that. So it's probably going to trend in that direction throughout the night. Right now, the electoral votes are 19-3 right now. 19-3 going in Trump's favor. Yeah. That's gonna trend that way, guys. Don't worry. It's gonna be trending that way. We already know what's happening right now. So we got 19-3 in electoral votes so far. The popular vote, this is what is happening right now. Trump is leading the popular vote. Oh my God. Trump is leading the popular vote right now. 3,786,000 to 3.1. Somebody gave a prediction that Trump is going to win the popular vote. Somebody actually said that Trump was going to win the popular vote. And what it looks like right now, Trump is winning the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen. He is. So we got Rick Scott. He won in Florida. We're going to be going through local elections as well. But right now we have the counting happening. Let me make sure you guys can see the screen here. And thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you guys. Once again, I know you could be anywhere you want. Some of you guys are here with me right now, and I appreciate you guys so much for being here. If you're nervous, take a deep breath. Everything's going to be fine. How is he winning because votes are not in, literally. It's a joke. I'm literally making a joke about the fact that he's leading in a popular vote. Poly market is not going to be right 100%, guys. You guys got to know that. It's a betting market. That means they're going to get some things wrong. This is just projection. These are the results. As of right now, he is killing it with the general vote. But that's because there's only so many results coming in, guys. So that's why you're seeing that. But this is pretty big. This is a pretty margin right now. You know, this could change at some point, right? So right now it's 19-3, and it's looking red in this map right now. It's looking very red. What time does New York close? I really want to know what time New York closes. Let me so right now, so look, Indiana, Kentucky are his. Virginia, he's killing it right now. 1% reporting coming out of Virginia. 1% reporting coming out of Virginia, and South Carolina is officially red. So, and Georgia's red right now, and Florida's red. So it's looking very red right now for the closing, right? The next big closing is 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is the next big closing, guys. So stick with me here. I know you could be anywhere you want. Let's go to election results. Let's go to the other election results live map. Election result map. Let me see, live updates. I know. No, that's not the one. Let me see if we could find a map that can really help us out here. What map are you guys looking at? I'm looking at the Google map. Really don't want to trust Google right now. Really don't want to do that. We know what they're up to. Election results live map. Some of you guys can probably give me a better map to look at. All right, so it's the same thing pretty much everywhere else. Here's Axios. Vermont was already called New Hampshire. Virginia. Yeah, I like this. Let me know what you guys think. Maybe you guys like this map more than I do. Thank you for the viewership, guys. Things are getting spicy right now. So we have Georgia. Okay, I like this way more. I like this better. Okay, so 97,000 votes to Trump in Georgia right now. Trump is taking a lead. Trump is taking a nice little lead right now. 16%. But look, 3.5% of the vote. That's all you see. So that's at the bottom. Let me make sure you guys can see that good. That's at the bottom in Georgia. So he's cooking in Georgia right now from what's coming out. Again, we're going to be keeping an eye. So 59% of the vote is coming out of Florida, and it's looking very red. Trump up 53% to 46%. And by the time that's done, Trump is probably going to win by more than 10. So right now he's extending a huge lead in Florida from the reports. Georgia, he's starting to take off in Georgia. Okay, Kentucky, he already won in Virginia. Guys, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, buckle up, buckle up, buckle up, buckle up, buckle up. All right, so we have closing next. These are the big swing states. It tells us what polls are closing next. So we're going to be paying attention to Fox. Fox is going to be telling us and giving us the big rundown. Let's actually go to Fox News real quick.
As down the ballot, keep in mind, no Democratic senator has won an election in a state that Trump carried while Trump was on the ballot. We'll see if that changes tonight. We'll send it back to you.
Nate Ford
you,
with
Nate.
a golf voice inside the polling area. That was nice.
He said there weren't that many people left. Maybe he
Whisper.
felt like he had to be quiet.
Yeah, I think so. Battleground, North Carolina, also among the next batch of poll closings, a tight presidential race in a state Trump won twice. Many voters there still recovering, obviously, from Hurricane Helene. Senior correspondent Jonathan Seri is live in Raleigh. Hi, Jonathan.
All right, guys. So look, 5 minutes away from the next poll closing. You guys are filling it up, man. You guys are coming in here quick. Thank you for your $20 donation. I appreciate you. My man Dapper Dan is in the building. I'm in the two-way studios, guys. If you did send a donation, I want to say thank you, Brian. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm getting excited. Shit, I'm getting so excited. Lou, don't do this because you can't be getting excited. All right, this is why we don't get excited. So we got 5 minutes to go before the polls close in North Carolina. Anybody from North Carolina? Comment down below if you guys are from North Carolina. We got some big stuff happening in North Carolina right now. Polls are about to close. I'm not getting excited. I'm nervous. This is what happens when I get nervous. All right, so let's go to. All right, so we have that. Okay. We got some updates here before the polls close in North Carolina. We do have Virginia. Virginia is, what's going on with Virginia? So we have only 1.4%. This is why we don't worry. We don't worry about these things at 1.4%. We worry about it when it's 30, 40, 50%. All right, let's go to Florida. Florida, Trump taking off. Not really. Almost a 10-point lead margin. Jill Stein has 23,000 votes. Trump has 3.8 million. I'm hoping you guys can see this and we're good. I'm showing you guys the Axios map here, making sure you guys can see it. Okay, so Georgia, 3.5%. Trump taking off in Georgia. And then Trump taking off in Florida. Florida is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. We got 63% of the vote in. I'm hoping if you're a Trump supporter in the comments, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Trump supporters that are not in these comments. And there's a lot of Trump supporters in these comments, but there's always going to be Kamala Harris supporters looking and hoping and, trying stuff. Let me actually go to my chat real quick. We're at 5.3. All right, so here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. So Florida, we got to pay attention to. Florida right now, 63.9% of the vote is in. Let me see. Let me refresh to get an update here. Okay, so here we go. Just refreshed it. Let's go back. Virginia is back to red. Virginia is back to being red, and we are only at 2%. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to South Carolina. South Carolina, 1.1. Trump taking off in South Carolina as expected. And we have, yeah, man, I don't know. Florida. Guys, can you guys give me a prediction of what you think Florida is going to look like at 100%? Look, we got a lot of Kamala supporters. This is hilarious. Kamala supporters. All right, so 63.9% of the vote in Florida, all red. All right. And let's go up. Oh, we got a nice update from Virginia. Virginia is neck to neck right now at 2%. So once again, it's still very, very early. Oh, let's go to the polls closing. It's 7:29. Let's go get an update here.
put up in Florida and Miami-Dade with the breakdown between the two candidates. That's a little concerning. The concern that you raise, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little concerned about this as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really the impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump.
Polls are about to close, guys. Yeah, that's what's going on. I'm giving you guys the update.
In Georgia, it was not necessarily black, but in rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very, very telling, because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at, Brett, here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next call. Dana, what do you think?
I think that Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this: when 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction, you're going in the wrong direction, and their number one issue is the economy, you should listen to them, because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis. He lost it in his first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us?
I'm not sure I remember how.
We are coming up on the next poll closing, and it's a big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there as we wait for the poll closing right now. It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral.
North Carolina in the House, please comment down below if you're in North Carolina and you already voted. And then, hope you guys did. Early voting, please let me know. North Carolina just closed. Let's see what's going on in Ohio real quick.
News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And we can say that
West Virginia just called for Trump.
Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up with that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat now independent.
Wow, look at that. Just called Senate seat for Justice. Gain Justice. So I don't know who Justice is, but the Republicans just want a seat as well. So it's looking like the red wave is not too far off here from. Okay. So let's stick with Bernie Moreno. That's the one I'm watching. This is the one that we're watching right now. That's big. This race is big. So when that gets called, we're gonna know what's going on. So once again, balance of power. Let's tune into Fox News. They're cooking right now.
In terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point, you've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
No way. No, that's sick. Damn, Mark got caught. Mark Robinson is out.
General Patrick Morrissey will succeed Jim Justice.
Mark Robinson just lost. That's I know exactly why he lost. Many of you know what happened to him. That is tough. No way. All right. Before we go and continue, so we have Indiana already called. Let's go back to the map. Let's go back to the map real quick. And as we're back at the map, Florida, Trump is taking Trump. I told you Trump will take off by 10%. 71% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is beginning to landslide Florida as expected. So those are the numbers that you see right there. And of course, we're going to go and get an update here from Georgia. So yeah, that was tough. Mark Robinson has had some good moments. He's had some amazing moments. Tough to see him lose. He had a lot of momentum before things went down left for him. All right, Georgia, how are we looking in Georgia? 60%, 8% of the vote is in. Trump leads 60% of the vote, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Georgia is looking big time for Trump, and we have South Carolina. Trump has a 20-point lead there, 20-point percentage lead. West Virginia has already been called for Trump. Kentucky has been called for Trump. So let's look at the outskirt of this map. Trump 23 electoral votes so far. Harris 3. That's where we're at in this race. If you haven't smashed the like button, please smash the like button. Yeah, this is getting pretty. All right, so we got update from Virginia. Harris has a comfortable 10-point lead in Virginia with 3.6% of the vote in. So Virginia is not looking good so far for Trump, but we still got a long way to go. North Carolina opened up. Trump is getting smoked as of right now. So once again, very too early to tell any of these things, but it is not too late or too early to tell what's going on. And of course, Florida, as Trump building up a 1 million vote lead so far in the counting, and building up a huge lead in Georgia. Yeah, huge lead right now in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. As of both the votes that have been counted. Will she catch up? Will she, bring in the margin somewhat? I'm not sure. Vermont, New Hampshire has gone towards, once again, this is all 3.8% of the vote so far in these areas. So North Carolina closed. They're going to start counting. Things are going to get very, very exciting for either side. One side is going to be very unhappy. The next side is going to be very, very happy. Right now, let me know how you guys are feeling. I know a lot of people said that they were very nervous. Me personally, not really nervous at all. I'm just excited to see what's happening. Excited to find out where America is at. That's what I'm excited about. I'm excited to find out if my own intellectual is correct and everything that I've accumulated for the last 3.5 years that I've been doing this is correct. My prediction, and maybe you guys feel the same way, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the United States of America is in a whole different place and I'm out of touch. We shall see today, because the people are voting. People are making their voice heard. So the numbers right now in Georgia are looking better than I thought, but once again, only 8.6% of the vote. Somebody asked, is the Libertarian candidate and the Green Party a factor? Well, we're going to be looking at if they're a factor in Florida. They're not really a factor. So far, I don't see them being a factor right now as far as taking votes away from either Trump or Kamala. All right. They are, no, not in Virginia. All right. So here we go. Let's go back to Fox News and see what they're talking about over there.
So by the way, Carl perked up when you said Bush Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It's a good moment. Yeah, it's a good moment. But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other place I've seen in the South. Major county, the 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene, yes, and the impact on, I believe 25 counties were affected by Hurricane Helene.
Yeah. So the turnout right now in North in North Carolina, it's kind of disappointing, to be honest, somewhat right now. Once again, only 1.9%, but North Carolina is flying. She is flying in North Carolina. I'm very, very confused. But once again, it's very, very early. We can look at the poly market. We can look at what the market is doing right now. We know what they were doing earlier, but I told you guys things will change. Just like the Yankees, when the Yankees had a lead going into the 5th inning and then they melted down. These are possible things. This is what the market is, right? The Yankees were a huge favorite in that game while it was happening. Then next thing you know, boom, collapse. Next thing you know, the underdog won that game specifically. This is why the markets do what they do. This is why betting is betting. As of right now, let's go back. Let's go check out the market. The market has Trump 55% to win. This is Kalshi right now. Live forecast from Kalshi. They have Trump favorite to win. They still, wow, they have Pennsylvania at 50-50 now. So things are beginning to change right now. They have Pennsylvania at things are getting tight, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. We're going for a ride. Buckle up. We are going for a ride. Wow. Okay. So the betting markets have Trump to win North Carolina, 65% to 35%, even though the early, wow. Okay. Maybe we're wrong about this. Maybe we're wrong about North Carolina. The betting market has Trump to win North Carolina 65%. So I think we're premature on this. And like I told you guys before, we're going to be premature on a lot of these because they just closed and they're beginning to count. Okay, let's go to Florida. Huge lead in Florida, huge lead in Georgia, huge lead in South Carolina, and North Carolina so far not looking the best, but 1.9%. So maybe when more votes begin to come out. Well, that's Virginia. Virginia, 11.4%. She's up very, very high in Virginia. Yeah, so the update for Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, 16 electoral college votes right here. Trump is cooking right now in Georgia. Very early, very, very early. Once again, not here celebrating any of these things. We're going to have poll closing in less than 20 minutes. More polls will be closing. We're going to be keeping track with the news, with the market, betting markets, what they're talking about. Let's see something real quick. And then I'm also going to be looking on X to see if we get any updates from, you know, reliable sources. Somebody said, oh my God. Yeah, so right now, let's take a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen, take a deep breath. I know a lot of people are very, very nervous about what's going on here. Once again, a hot start for Trump. Can he keep it up? Will this be a landslide or will this be neck to neck? That's the question that we have to ask ourselves. What type of election are we going to have? 23 electoral votes right now for Trump. We're looking at the total votes overall. It looks like Trump is at 6 million. I hope I'm reading this correctly, but if this is the popular vote, right? 6.1 million votes to Kamala's 4.9 million. That's a very wide margin, very early, too early to tell, but it's looking like Trump has a lot more votes so far early. Could be reading that wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're reading that totally correct, which is very surprising to me. Very, very surprising to me. All right, here we go. So okay, so now Trump officially has a 10% lead in Florida. 10% lead. I'm hoping you guys can see this stuff. 10% lead in Florida. For those who don't know. Yeah, the overall votes. So that would be the popular vote, right? Remember that we have popular vote, which really, you know, doesn't mean much. You have to win the electoral college votes in a combination to get to 270. That's the road. The road here is not who can get the most votes. The goal here is to get to 270 first, right? Or, you know, have the easiest road or whatever it takes to get to 270. Give me 1 second. The most electoral votes wins. That's just, we already know this is how the elections work here in the United States of America. So Georgia update in Georgia real quick. Let's get an update here in Georgia as of right now. Oh my God. Was anybody expecting this in Georgia? At least by that much so far. 11%, Trump, 62% likely winner so far as of right now. North Carolina, we're getting no updates there yet. They're just started counting, so premature, not gonna really think too much about that. Yeah, Georgia, you guys, unbelievable right now as far as Georgia goes. South Carolina, yeah, North Carolina's huge. 16. We're talking about 16 electoral college votes here. 16. And right now she's gotten off to a hot start, but once again, only 1.9%. The craziest part about this start is that it doesn't matter. Once again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. We know that's the name of the game. That's common sense. It's just the way things go in the United States of America, specifically in elections. Yeah, so North Carolina 16, Virginia 13. So that's pretty big. Virginia, these are the numbers in Virginia right now. The numbers in Virginia, we got Harris, 410,000 votes to Trump's 313,000 with 15% of the vote so far. 15% of the vote. So premature. We got a long way to go. Ohio, Trump. Huge start in Ohio, 3.7% of the vote in Ohio, and Trump is in the lead, 126,000 votes so far, with a lot more votes to go. So Ohio is being counted. West Virginia, let's see, West Virginia, Trump is cooking there. West Virginia was already called for Trump. That's already called. What was Virginia? Hold on real quick, guys. This is all getting messed up. Virginia, wow. Trump only won West Virginia by 200 votes. Jesus. Yeah, Ohio is cooking. In Ohio, we're talking about 16 electoral college votes. 16. Georgia, so far. Florida, let's go back to Florida real quick so that way you guys can take a look at this. What's going on in Florida right there. 75.7% of the votes are in. That's more than half. Trump with a 10% lead. So it's looking like Florida is done. Should be called very soon. And then Georgia, if Trump keeps up this momentum, it's looking like a landslide in Georgia. All right, let's go back to what's going on in the news. Let's go back to Fox real quick, see what's going on.
Then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to go.
We got a $50 donation real quick that I missed. I want to give Evelyn Morales, thank you so much for your donation. Also, Ryan just became a member of the channel, so I want to say thank you. Appreciate you a lot. Means the world to me. Really does. Trust me, it really does. All right, let's go back to the map once again. Let's see. We're going to keep getting updates here from everywhere. Don't mind getting updates. Let's see. All right, so that's what the map is looking. Is it looking red enough for you guys as of right now? How's the map looking for you guys? Once again, I don't want to make it too small for you guys. I want you guys to see what's going on. That way you guys can get a closer look here. North Carolina, we got 1.9 still. So once again, polls will be closing at 8 p.m. Let's see what else. Needs more red. I got you guys. Look, Ohio's gotten off to a tremendous start. 57% for Trump so far on what's going on. So Ohio is pretty big right now. And then we have Georgia. So let's see. All right, let me actually, now that we got the map. We know what's going on with the map. Everybody's live right now. Of course, we know this. Everybody will be live for this election night. A lot of people breaking a lot of records. I'm really happy about that. You guys are doing a tremendous job. Other people are doing tremendous jobs at this. So I want to shout out everybody. We all work so hard to get here as YouTubers and people of independent media. And we had to deal with a lot because of it. All right, so let's actually, I don't really like this map. Election map. I want to go to another map. Anybody got another map we could go to? Let's see. Nah. See, election map. Let me know what map you guys are using. Thank you for your $20 donation. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. We'll stay with Axios. We'll stay with Axios right now. All right, man. I'm excited. I'm excited, nervous, and everything in between. I'm pretty sure you guys are feeling that same way right now. All right, so Indiana called. Right now, this is what it's looking like. The road to 270. Road to 270. Trump seems to be getting a head start here, filling it up. You just linked two maps. All right, let me see if I can find your link here to two maps that we can look at. I don't have the links. I don't see your links. They were probably blocked by YouTube. Oh, we got a five gifted subs from EZ. 5 gifted subs. Thank you for gifting subs to this channel. It really does mean the world. Trust me. We got a very exciting time in the United States of America. You guys should be very much looking forward to what we got coming up next as a whole. Okay, here we go. I told you guys something big is happening in North Carolina. Take a listen.
This campaign is
Hold on. I don't think we can hear it.
a little worried about North.
They seem to be very worried about North Carolina. Reports are coming out from CNN that Kamala is worried about North Carolina.
This campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said
North Carolina and Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting reports from CNN that Kamala's campaign is worried about Georgia and North Carolina. And I think by looking at the early results, I think we know why they're panicking about Georgia. I think we know why they're panicking about Georgia. Just look at Georgia. Now, North Carolina, once again, only 1.9% of the vote is in. We're waiting for Florida to get cold for Trump. Trump is building a massive lead in Florida. Florida has come out. Trump building a nice, comfortable 20-point lead in South Carolina. So we know that the betting markets have North Carolina for Trump, but as of right now, we're not seeing that just yet. So we're waiting on that. We are waiting on that to be all right, let's see. What do we have here?
From independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different.
All right, hold on. That just went out. I get that, but hold on real quick. So let me actually do some math here. So Trump's road to 270. Thank you for your donations, guys. You guys are very, very kind to me. I appreciate you guys so much. Somebody said, fix my sound. You guys can't hear me? Can you guys hear me good? Let me know if you guys can hear me good. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you guys. All right, so check my audio. We should be good. Sound is fine. Okay, cool. Got it. Sound is fine. Polls will be closing very shortly, guys. Polls will be closing very, very shortly in many states. Once again, we're keeping our eye on North Carolina. 2.6% in North Carolina. So remember, this is early voting that they're counting first and mail-in ballots. And she has a 68% lead right now over Trump in North Carolina, but that's only with 2.6% of the vote coming in. So once again, North Carolina, let's keep our eye on that, because if that flips for Trump, ladies and gentlemen, it might be an early night. And of course, Pennsylvania will be closing at 9, if I'm not mistaken. We got a long way to go here. Yeah. So once again, back to Georgia. For those who don't know, this is what Georgia is looking like right now. Georgia, massive landslide right now for Trump. Georgia. He's catching up in Virginia. Okay, let's go check out Virginia. Ooh, 20% of the vote in Virginia, and she has almost 100,000 vote lead. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on Virginia. Once again, very, very early, but Virginia is pretty big. Virginia is pretty big. Virginia is pretty big. All right, let's go back to Fox real quick, see what's going on.
Poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
Oh boy, the most important poll is about to close, ladies and gentlemen. Pennsylvania, and they're going to begin to count. That's okay. Now I'm nervous. Boy, it's about to heat up. Oh boy, it's about to heat up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to heat up like never before. Let me see something real quick. Oh boy. All right. So we got a few minutes left, guys. A few minutes. Smash the like button if you haven't just yet. We got 3.2K likes. I think we could get more likes than that. Smash the like button, guys. And let's go through this together. We got to go through it together. Pretty nervous now. Try not to get nervous. All right. Ohio update. Ohio. Trump almost at a 10% margin in Ohio. 10% lead, in Ohio right now. So 319,000 of Ohio's best have already voted for Trump. So Ohio is looking very solid right now. West Virginia was called for Trump. Virginia right now, can that flip? Many people online are saying if that flips, it's over. 3.1% so far. Trump, is he catching up? Will he flip North Carolina? We'll see. We'll see right now. We'll see. Florida is about to be called. It's at 80%. Trump has a 900, almost 1 million vote lead in Florida. And in Georgia, he is building. My God, he has a 200,000 vote lead as of right now. 200,000 vote lead with 20% of the vote in for Georgia. Jeez, Louise, Trump, what is happening in Georgia? So far, so good for Donald J. Trump. So it's about to be 8 o'clock. We're going to have major polls close, specifically Pennsylvania. That's going to be big, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. 8 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is coming. All right, here we go. Let's go. South Carolina called for Trump.
We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot. To our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while, and that will.
Can you guys hear this audio right here?
Campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who.
Breaking news. Kamala Harris just flipped Ohio out of nowhere. Bow. 21% of the vote in, and she now has a 52% lead. North Carolina only at 3.5%, but we still got a long way to go in Ohio. Wow, that is not good right now. Yeah, Trump is killing in Florida. He's killing in Georgia. South Carolina was just called for Trump, and North Carolina, we're going to be getting updates. Let's go back to Fox so we can get these polls closed.
So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice,
We've got
Jewish Americans. But yeah. I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America.
Sorry, guys, the stream is acting up a little bit. Let me refresh, and we're back.
Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee.
All right, so it's already 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. Let's see what happens. Polls are about to close. Yeah, polls are still open in the West Coast. I really want to see what New York is going to do. All right, here we go.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House.
Bow. Just like that.
Too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people.
Oh boy, New Jersey, what'd you guys do? I thought you guys were going red.
Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72. And there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the West, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel.
All right. Wow. This is big stuff happening right now. We're gonna go back to Fox News, but let me give you guys an update. Somebody sent a donation. If you did, thank you so much. All right, we gotta talk about the map right now. This is what it looks like. Texas is for some reason with 8.5% is Harris. Ohio, she has a big lead there. Pennsylvania with 2.6% of the vote. She has a big lead there. New Jersey, she just won. So right now it's looking 95 to 35 for Trump. We got a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. Pray. If your time to pray, Oklahoma, Trump won. Oklahoma, Trump just won. Florida as well. North Carolina. Ooh, wow. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is huge. Trump, North Carolina, closing in 47 to 51. I think Trump is going to flip North Carolina. This is big. Trump looks like he is about to flip North Carolina. North Carolina, she had a huge lead there early. It's still too early to tell. Way too early to tell. But this is promising for the Trump campaign. Let me put this right here. Make sure you guys can see me. All right, so very promising for the Trump campaign there. What else do we have here? So yeah, we got some updates. New York, not yet. New Jersey. Jesus, New Jersey, what are you doing? So they already called for New Jersey. Are they going to call New York right away? That's going to be crazy. All right, here we go. We got Jessica Tarloff. No.
The harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris. That's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of election day polling, that they were smashing records. And we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing once all.
I don't really care too much about what she's saying. Yeah, so Texas, what's going on in Texas? So we got 10% of the vote, and she's in the lead by 2%. So many liberals moving to Texas, bro. So many liberals. What'd you guys do to Texas? Texas is going to flip, though. We already know this. I mean, that'll be crazy if, we're talking about 40 electoral college votes. This is all early voting, mail-in ballot. This is going to be big time for Trump. This is just a lead that usually starts off when you start counting, just like Pennsylvania. Once they start really counting, then things will start to show. That's just the way it happens. Yeah, Texas is about to start leaning red. Let me actually refresh this. It's taking a little long to refresh. Here we go. All right, so this is what the map looks like. Hopefully you guys see it. Hopefully we're good. Pennsylvania with 3%. Pennsylvania, she's winning Pennsylvania, but once again, that's all mail-in ballot, early voting. That will start to figure itself out. South Carolina, Georgia. How's Georgia looking? Let's go to Georgia. Georgia, 56 to 43%. Georgia, he is killing Georgia, bro. My goodness. Yeah, like I said, guys, she left North Carolina to die. And for some reason, North Carolina is like voting for her. What's going on with North Carolina? All right, update from North Carolina. It's not looking the best as of right now. Still just 7% of the vote in. We're going to be getting some major updates to come, but now things are getting very, very interesting. In Ohio, she's looking good in Ohio right now. 31.1% of the vote. She's leading by 55,000 or less than 55,000. All right. Let's go back to Fox.
There, okay. Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign. And maybe that's having an impact on that. But let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay. That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. Now, the Trump team is going to take that.
Major update. Bow. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Texas is back to red with 16.5% of the vote. And ladies and gentlemen, Texas is back to red. I told you guys, Texas is going to be a landslide, probably by 1.5 million votes. Like I said, Democrats usually start out winning these parts. Oh, Michigan is starting to count. Oh, Michigan, this is huge. Michigan, she's up by a lot right now. So once again, all of this got to be taken into consideration. She's going to be up at first because of Democrats voting early, Democrats mail-in ballots. Things are going to start heating up and we're going to start seeing what's happening. All right, Virginia. Virginia is very close, 27.4% of the vote. Virginia is very close. North Carolina, Trump, 7.3%. Maybe that's going to flip. I'm not sure. We're going to see. Mississippi already called for Trump. So once again, many things to come here. Let's go to Georgia here.
Number of votes that are in at the moment. Okay. So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county. Okay. But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from. And maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there. But we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters said the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again is, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see
that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
That's a Trump. That's a Trump.
A huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022.
Certainly did.
That he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see?
All right, guys, let's get another update. Okay, so what the hell? All right, so let's see. Yeah, I'm at the two-way studios, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going on here.
In many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. That our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021 to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line apparently.
All right, real quick. Well, let me shout out my boy Clayton. Thank you for your $100 donation. All right, so Trump headquarters, as you can see right there. Let's go back to the map, ladies and gentlemen. I refreshed the map. We got Michigan, not looking to the best start. We have Pennsylvania. She has a 200,000 lead so far there in Pennsylvania, but that's just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Once it gets to the 20 and 30 and 40%, then we're going to know what Virginia is actually going to look like. North Carolina, still not that many votes have been counted just yet in North Carolina. All right, let's go to Kansas. Kansas is looking like Harris right now. Well, once again, it's just very, very early, but this is what the map looks like right now, ladies and gentlemen, for those wondering. And Michigan, of course, Illinois. Let's go to Illinois real quick. Illinois right now looking like Harris. That's just the beginning. 8:30, more polls will be closing at 8:30. Yeah, I believe Harris loses. I really do. It's looking like these early starts are not by wide margins. Let's go to Ohio real quick. I don't know. What's Ohio doing? What's Ohio doing right now? Ohio is neck to neck right now with 35.5% of the vote. That's 17 electoral college votes right there, ladies and gentlemen. So Ohio is pretty big. New Jersey was called. New Jersey got called. What are you guys doing in New Jersey? I'm pretty sure, hopefully it doesn't happen in New York, but it's not looking the best for New York. Good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Texas. I told you guys, yeah, Trump is he's taking off in Texas with 23.1% of the vote. It's going to probably look like Florida. Texas is going to look like Florida as it always does. All right, we're getting an update here. What's this?
Home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha.
All right, so just got another update here. Virginia is about to flip. Somebody said, and oh, wow, Virginia and North Carolina are about to flip, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting some intel here. Virginia. Oh, this is big. This is big stuff right here, ladies and gentlemen. Big stuff. Yeah, let's go look at the popular vote real quick. Shall we look at the popular vote? Let's see. Trump leading in the popular vote. 13.4 million Americans voted so far for Donald Trump. Donald Trump at 95 right now, and Harris at 35. But once again, we still have big states like California. We still have big stuff. This stuff will, because of the West Coast, that she's going to win, or she's going to win Oregon and Washington, and she's going to probably win the whole West Coast, unfortunately for the West Coast and those that live over there. That is going to kind of balance things out. But by that time, where will Trump be? What's going to happen with these two states right here? Virginia and North Carolina. That's the big question, ladies and gentlemen. And also what's going to happen in Michigan when we get to the 30 and 40%. What is going to happen there? Yeah, California, what's going on over there? Yeah. Somebody said I don't care about before. Yo, turn on Valuetainment. Something happening in Valuetainment? What's happening in Valuetainment? Let's go. Something excited happening over there? You mean PBD podcast? That's what you mean. PBD podcast. Something exciting happening over there? All right, let's see what's happening over there.
County seems to be a lot of nonsensical things going on. Callan, have you been following this for a while?
Probably, yeah, probably. But it's a very important county. So they say as Maricopa County goes, so goes the state. So it's a very important county.
There's another guy in Arizona. I don't know if he's joining us. I don't want to.
I don't know. I don't see anything that will get us to come here back. I'll keep my eye on Patrick, but David. I'll keep my eye over there on what's going on out there. Let's see real quick. Arizona, what time the polls close over there? See something real quick. Boom. Yeah, Georgia, big. Look at this. Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia is going red. Look at Georgia. Baldwin, Steffens, Butts, Green, McDuffie, Banks, Robin, Brantley, Berrien, Blakely. Yeah, man. So big stuff happening in Georgia. Georgia's, my God, Georgia. You guys showed out in Georgia, dude. What were you guys eating out there? So far, so good for Georgia, but we still got a lot of votes left, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of votes to go. A lot of votes to go. Let's keep getting some updates here. So far in Georgia, let's keep getting some updates as to what's going on the internet, how Democrats are doing mentally. Pretty sure that if tonight doesn't go the Democrats' way, in the words of the great Mark Halpering, America is going to go through a mental health crisis. That's what it's looking like. Let's see. Wow, look at this. Exit polls show this is huge. Exit polls, Trump at 25% with black men. I think people think this is low. But if you guys want to know where this was very, very low. It was at like 10% in 2020 for black men for Trump. Now we're headed in the right direction, man. Any black men in the comments? Black men, where you at, man? You guys are doing your thing, dog. You guys are doing your thing. All right. We're going to keep getting more updates here. Let's go to Fox.
Issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there. Okay. When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra, thank you.
Thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. Right. What are we to divine from all of that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. My girl is going to be next to me. If this goes off, I'm going to leave this plane. I will be right back with some bigger updates. Give me a second.
The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time. And the word on that is that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Mm-hmm. Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow, join the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, you know, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. You know, I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. He's going to peel off a lot of black votes for young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican.
All right, let's go get an update, shall we? It's about to be 8:30, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stick with the news, but before we stick with the news, let's get an update as to what's going on. Maryland was called for Harris, but Trump has more votes and is red. Maryland called for Harris. All right. Let's see. North Carolina. Ooh, Virginia flipped red. Whoa. Virginia just flipped red, ladies and gentlemen. That's huge. All right. Ohio back to red. Ooh, this is a very, very tight. Look at all the red. Kansas. How's Kansas? Kansas is looking tight as well. Still early there. Michigan is looking very, very promising for Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very. and I mean very promising. Look at the numbers with just 5% of the vote. That is very close. Let's go to PA, Pennsylvania. 7.6% of the vote right now. She still has a huge lead in Pennsylvania due to the early voting from the Democrats. Let's see, North Dakota. It's looking like Trump County over there. All right, let's go back to Fox. We're gonna get some more results in 2 minutes. Oh, you can watch, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be too nervous. You have to have faith here. This is the moment where you don't turn, you don't get scared. You just go for it. This is the moment that makes you as a person. You have to be able to stomach these things right here. All right, let's see. Just getting some updates here. All right, let's see. All right, so yes, I washed my hands, of course. All right, let's go back to Fox real quick.
Because here too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand.
Kevin O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read the stories
You
more
guys
carefully.
continue the
You need to
argument.
read it more carefully.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. Pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it.
We missed it. Dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the map. We got very, very interesting things happen as we are approaching 9 p.m. Eastern time here. Georgia, bloodbath for Georgia right now. Trump is leading by a lot. We still have 50% of the vote to go. Virginia has flipped for Trump, but for how long? It looks very promising for Trump. All right, let's go to North Carolina. What's happening in North Carolina? Let me make sure you guys are watching this correctly. Let's go. We're looking at the map here. North Carolina, we have a Trump lead. Nope, Trump losing. Oh, this is close. North Carolina is looking very promising for Trump. I told you guys, don't look at the early numbers. Once it gets to the 15, 20, 25, and 30, 40%, we are going to know what's going on. All right, so things are beginning to look red. What's going on in Texas? 50% of the vote in. Trump only up by 2%. What's happening in Texas? in Texas, I'm expecting Trump to do big damage in Texas, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm not sure what's going on over there. We're talking about 40 electoral votes, right? California is going to even her out. Unfortunately, California is just blue no matter what at this point. Right now, would you believe me if I told you that the popular vote right now has Trump winning by 3 million. Now, this is just early. Once again, we don't have California. We don't have the big states, but Trump is leading in the popular vote right now. So that's something to be out on the lookout for. Yeah, Californians live in Texas, and we're watching what Elon Musk said. This could be the last election where things like swing states even exist. Because boy, oh boy, swing states are beginning to Texas, this should be a landslide, but I don't know. Something to be out on the lookout for. We'll see. It's only 50% of the vote. Trump just took a bigger lead in Texas, and I'm pretty sure he's going to keep leading in Texas. So we got some big stuff happening there. Ohio, back to Ohio. She took a lead in Ohio. Now Trump took a re-lead. Ohio is extremely, and I mean extremely, extremely tight, ladies and gentlemen. Got to keep an eye out on Ohio. Michigan, update in Michigan. So Michigan only 5.4%. Look, Trump wins Michigan. He wins Virginia. He wins North Carolina. Then if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, we're still in the race. Trump needs to win Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we at in Pennsylvania? Not too good in Pennsylvania right now. See, Pennsylvania is another swing state that's just not swinging anymore for the beginning. But once again, I don't know. I think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. All right, shall we go to the market? Let's go to the market. See what the market is telling us. This is what the market is showing us right now. The market is showing us that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Trump is going to lose Virginia, but he's going to win North Carolina. The market is strong on Trump. Look at this. Strong on Trump. Trump is going to win Michigan. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, this is big. Are you guys watching what I'm watching? So Kalshi, the betting markets, Poly market, has Trump a favorite to win Wisconsin. They also have Trump to lose Michigan, which is not great. Let's see. Pennsylvania, Trump is the favorite to win Pennsylvania. Trump just jumped 11 points in the betting market. We might be celebrating very early today, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm gonna calm down. I just want you guys to enjoy the view here. Just enjoy this view. The betting markets just had Trump jump 11 points. 11 points. It's looking like what it's looking like, but I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm not gonna jinx any of this shit. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. I'm just gonna shut up. I cut myself. I try to shave my ear. Yeah, this sensitive part of the ear started bleeding. I literally just used the razor to try to cut the hairs from my ear, and I just tapped it one bit, and it just started bleeding OD. So I get why Trump's ear was bleeding a lot. Yeah, ears are sensitive. This ear is just sensitive. Crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Maryland. Maryland is red, but Maryland's already been called. Maryland got called for Harris. Don't know what's going on over there. Pennsylvania, we still got a long way to go. All right, long way to go everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we can get more updates from. I'm gonna keep the map right here as it keeps changing. We got Texas, Trump building a nice hefty lead now. He's building some type of lead there, which is a good sign. Yeah, that'll be the craziest thing ever, and I mean ever. Something stupid like that were to happen. Okay, let's go to, Ted Cruz is not doing good, and Texas, once again, we got to have a long conversation about Texas, bro. We have to talk about Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Trump has all the momentum right now, but Texas just, I think what resonated with me is what Elon Musk said about Texas, about swing states as a whole. And you see a lot of people moving there. You see the migrants crisis happening. Yeah, I don't know, man. Swing states are looking kind of blue, and swing states are the most important. We're talking about electoral college votes, the path to 270. This is the way. This is why this is an important election. All right. 101 to 52. Trump has the lead. 20 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, in this. More polls are about to close. All right, let's get an update from Georgia.
From that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett. All right, you're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes. So a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the polls.
All right, let me refresh that. But yeah, Texas, man, Ted Cruz, what's happening in Texas, guys?
All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye, on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are the counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board. And
Hold on. We have breaking news. Big update here. Wow. It's looking very red. Virginia just flipped for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. North Carolina flipped for Trump by a lot. Wow. Trump building a lead over Kamala. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you guys this. The betting markets had North Carolina for Trump by 60%. And boy, oh boy, bow, just like that. Georgia, how is Georgia looking? How are we looking in Georgia? Georgia, Trump building a 300,000 vote lead. Boy, oh boy. Don't be nervous, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Texas, man, Texas is crazy. Texas, he only has a 300,000 vote lead. He is building it. But that's, we got some big things happening. It's too early. It's too early to tell any of this, but I told you guys, it's not how you start. It's how you finish, specifically with so much early. But you have to look at what the market is telling you. The market is giving you Trump, and he's giving you the market. You gotta understand, this is money. So the market is giving you what is most likely going to happen all the time. Not really, but most likely. Look at Iowa, Trump, 87%. Iowa, that poll that came out that had her +3, bullshit. My man, looking sharp. So right now I'm looking at what the market, and I'm also looking at the results. So that way you guys understand what I'm looking at and what the rest of the world is looking at right now. Georgia, Trump, 84% to win in the betting market. Trump, 99-1% in Texas to win. Is Texas going to be an upset? If that's an upset, you might as well call the election. So I don't think that that's going to be an upset. Let's go back to the map. Once again, it's too early to tell anything, but the betting markets, this is where the money is at, right? And they have North Carolina. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's go back to the betting market real quick, just so I can show you guys what's going on in North Carolina. Let me put it back on the screen here. So North Carolina right now, very close, very tight. Trump built a nice lead, but earlier she started off tremendously. She was up tremendously in North Carolina. But when you take a look at the market and what the market is telling you North Carolina is going to do, Trump 79% favorite by the market. So she's also 85% favorite in Virginia, even though Virginia just flipped. Trump 58% favorite in Pennsylvania. So the market is indicating that Trump should be a heavy favorite. So once again, these early numbers are expected. We're expected to Trump supporters should be expecting this because of the early voting and because of mail-in ballots by Democrats. This is what they do. It's in their culture. It's enriching them. They're usually going to start out the race with a 200 to 300 to 400,000, usually a million. They've started a race in 2020. They were up by 1 million in Pennsylvania, right? Right now, they're not starting with 1 million vote lead. They're only starting with a 300,000 to 400,000 vote lead, which indicates then the market is predicting that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. That's where the indication from me, and that's where I'm coming from with this, is letting you guys know, don't be worried. Right now, things are looking on the up and up. But once again, only God knows what's going to happen. Now, Ted Cruz, that's important. We got to talk about Ted Cruz. We got to talk about Ohio. We got to talk about if the screen looks fuzzy, please, ladies and gentlemen, refresh. I'm trying to give you the best coverage possible. Trust me. We're doing the best that we could. So if it is fuzzy, please let me know down in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. I'm refreshing Twitter right now, so that way you guys can see what's going on. So that way we can see what's going on. All right, real quick. Trump takes the lead. So right now, trending, Trump taking the lead in North Carolina, which is pretty big. All right, see what do we have going on? Yeah, Trump take the lead. All right, so yeah, the people online are reacting to what's going on in the market. Yeah, pins and needles for sure. Pins and needles, ladies and gentlemen. Pins and needles for sure. I get it. I understand why people are nervous, but I'm reading the market, and right now I am feeling tremendously very, very good.
To say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters, or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire, and they want.
Yes. Hold on. Let's get something correct here, ladies and gentlemen. Pennsylvania is going to flip. I'm telling you right now, it's going to flip. Just be ready to watch it flip. And then we're going to find out how much it's going to flip by, but it's going to flip. This is going to happen. It's what the market is indicating because of their vote lead. It's going to flip. Just when it does flip, be ready. Stop doubting so much. Trust the process. Ladies and gentlemen, trust the process on this election. Just trust the process. Have faith, for whoever your candidate is, specifically Trump in this case. For a lot of us, you have to have patience, and you have to know that this is a process. Texas will not be going blue. And if it does, Lord help us all. But that's just not going to happen. These are unlikely things. Pennsylvania is going to flip. North Carolina has already flipped. You saw she was up in North Carolina by a lot. Now she's not. Stephanie Hernandez, thank you so much for your donation. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Anybody sending no donations, thank you so much. North Carolina red. Excuse me. Illinois is dark blue, by the way. Illinois, ladies and gentlemen, you guys over there, you need a lot of help. All right, can't do much. Only thing we could do is pray for you guys. Illinois has already been called for Trump. I mean for Harris. So Illinois goes to Harris. Yeah, so Maryland got called very early. I still don't get it. But you know, these are things that they know that we don't. Apparently, you know, not much voting out there. There's probably like 30, 40,000 ballots, like 100,000 ballots. So I guess they counted it quick. They called it and it hasn't been updated yet. It's going to get updated. And by the time we get updated, we're going to know how much she won by in Maryland. But it was already called. But we'll see what that's about in just a minute. North Carolina, Trump building a hefty lead, 52-46. Trump looking like he's about to run with North Carolina. Anybody from North Carolina? Very proud of yourselves. You guys made that line tonight. Virginia, very, very, very close. She is the favorite to win Virginia. Trump is up right now, but she is the favorite. So we're going to be looking at Virginia if that stays red or if it goes Harris way. But the betting market is saying that she's going to win Virginia. Betting market is indicating that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania when all the votes, all the ballots start to get counted. So once again, we are approaching the 9 o'clock hour here on the LV Nation stream. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys ate. Hope you guys drank your food. Hope you guys drank your drinks and ate your food. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, so very proud of the stream. I know a lot of people are streaming out there. They got a lot of views. 9 p.m. The polls in New York close at 9, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, New York is going to start being counted. Jane B sent $50. Jane, thank you so much for your $50 donation. I truly, truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, everything will come down to last minute. We're gonna see. Somebody said, can you choose another map? You guys don't like Axios? Axios has been very, very very accurate. Can you find me another map? It's accurate, guys. It's the same thing. We'll know if somebody's lying for sure. But I could change the map. If you guys want me to change the map, I'll change the map. Right now, 101 to 71. 9 p.m. is a very important hour, one of the most important hours. And then, of course, 10, 11, we're going to go. Somebody said, Virginia, please stay red. Let's go to the market. Let's go to the betting market real quick to see what Virginia is showing us in the betting market. And the betting market is showing us that Virginia will not be for Trump. Betting market. It looks like it's going to flip for Trump. Michigan, 45, 55. Now we're gonna keep using this map. Axios is behind. Let's see. We could use this one. Should we use this one right here? We could stick with this one if you guys want. This is the map on Associated Press. We could use this one if you guys let's see real quick. See if we can, maybe this one's not behind as much. Hoping it's not behind as much. Let's go back here real quick. All right, so Texas, Trump 52%. Okay, this one's good. We could stay on this one. We could definitely stay on this one right here. Trump, 20 million votes right now, leading the popular vote, as you guys can see right here, leading the popular vote. Okay, let's go back to the other one. I told you guys, the other one is cool. The other one is not behind. The other one is cool. I'll refresh it just for you guys. We're good. We're good, guys. Don't panic. It's about to be 9 o'clock. Smash the like button. 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Georgia, 62% of the vote is in Trump, 52% lead. Trump up by 52% over Harris. We are getting very close to the 9 o'clock hour. All right, so Florida already called for Trump. We already know that. Texas, what's going on in Texas? Texas, Trump is up 52. North Carolina, Trump looking promising there. He's building a 10% lead in North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. North Carolina is looking good. See you guys in North Carolina. All right, Pennsylvania, 13% of the vote is in. Still kind of the same. Maine for Trump. Look at that. Maine's looking promising for Trump so far in this election. Missouri, red. Iowa. Liberals are playing themselves today. I'll tell you that. Who did? He voted for Harris. No, he voted for Trump. All right, let's get the audio back on here real quick. Trump has 111. I think you guys are right about that. Trump has 111, but I don't see any map that shows me he has 111 just yet. Maybe you guys are looking at a different map. Yeah, we can't go to sleep tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Can't go to sleep tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's go here real quick. So we got Virginia. Virginia right now, Trump has a slightly lead with 44%. Virginia is going to be tricky. North Carolina, 25% counting. Look, Kamala has 666,000 votes. And North Carolina. That's how you know things are not going well for her, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, on TV, it shows that. We're going to get it updated in just a second. Let's go back to TV, actually, see what's going on Fox.
Is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
It sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming into, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective.
Yeah, let's actually go back here real quick. Let's go to, I'm hearing that Ted Cruz is back up. Ted Cruz took the lead, so that's pretty big right now for the race that we are keeping an eye on when it comes to Ted Cruz. These are the numbers, right? Yeah, we got. We're a few minutes away from the big poll closings. Arizona specifically, Arizona is projected to be Trump all the way. South Carolina for Trump, we already know that. North Carolina is very tight. Trump building almost a 10% lead in North Carolina. Missouri is looking blue so far, but that's just the beginning of Missouri. Illinois has already been called. So yeah, this is what we got so far. Texas, very Trump building a 10% lead in Texas. Look at that. Trump's taking off in Texas. All right, let's go back to Fox. Let's get ready for, well, not yet. Sean Hannity is still talking, but we're going to get ready to see what's going on. Once these polls close and we get further and further and further into Pennsylvania and we start finding out exactly what we all kind of been saying. Apparently they're calling Virginia. They called Virginia. Wow, they just called Virginia for Harris. This makes no sense. Virginia just got called for Kamala Harris. This absolutely makes no sense. Yeah, Virginia just got called for Kamala Harris. That's big breaking news. That doesn't make any sense. How can that have been called before Georgia? Doesn't really make sense, ladies and gentlemen, at all. But apparently she won Virginia, which is kind of crazy. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Look, Virginia, but I'm gonna refresh this and update it. We're gonna see what's going on. Let's see what's going on here real quick. We're gonna get an update here from Fox right now. Let me refresh Fox, and then we'll see what's going on.
The thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by...
It's 9 o'clock right now. 9 o'clock.
Can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is...
All right. We're gonna get an update here from Fox real quick. Once again, Virginia called for Harris, which makes absolutely no sense to me one bit, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely not one bit. Doesn't make any sense. How they called Virginia. Let's see. All right, so let's go get an update.
States have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan, one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt, that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota. And now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake, also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Hang on 1 second there.
I'm so disappointed in New York, guys. Just had to come and say it real quick. As we look at Trump and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just won. Again, New York is just. I'm not gonna say the word. I'm not gonna say the word I want to say, but New York. I'm moving to Texas, bro. I can't do this with New York anymore. New York is just off the top. Like, just look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at the votes in New York. Tina Forte lost. She got a lot of votes, but still not close. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez winning. I have no idea how. But once again, this just the way New York is. My disappointment for New York will never go away. Unfortunately, I just don't. I thought that we were going to have something big happen in New York, or at least something close. But not at all, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. I guess I was wrong. All right. You're getting some updates here. Looking at the map, looking at the betting market. Betting market still has Trump up by a lot now. 13. Look at that. Trump up by 13, and the it's looking like a landslide win. We still have these states. Still disappointed in New York. Disappointed that New York is going back to the same roots. Like, doesn't make any sense to me, bro. It really doesn't. Really doesn't make any sense at this point. How we can just go back and forth to the same bullshit. Like the same people that have killed our state, same people that have killed our cities, the same people, and we're just going back and forth, back and forth. But I guess it is what it is. Yeah, crazy. But yeah, apparently they're calling Virginia, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna get an update here as to what's going on in Virginia. Let's go back to the maps here. Let's see, Pennsylvania. Still nothing. We're almost at 20% in Pennsylvania. It looks like Trump will flip Pennsylvania. We're gonna wait for the updates on that. Let's see. It's looking very, very red. Colorado is of course looking like you never know with Colorado at this point, but it's looking very red. Maryland, of course, she won that. Let's see. Let's go back to Fox, see what Fox is saying here in Ohio.
Maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they were maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Fred? Okay, so this is Michigan. The first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Yeah. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Yes. Trey Gowdy's here. What about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries... First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. He's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election.
All right, let's go back to the map here real quick. Right now, 137 for Trump. Trump in the lead. Look at this. The popular vote. Trump is up in the popular vote right now, 53% to 46. It's too early to tell. Tennessee called for Trump. We already know that. Texas called for Trump. Virginia hasn't been called for Trump. Hasn't been called for Harris, even though. So I guess Politico called they called Virginia for Trump for Harris, excuse me. So, but once again, that hasn't been confirmed here. We'll go to the other Associated Press map and we'll refresh it live on air here so that way we can take a look to see what has been called as far as let's see what has been called. So nothing has been called as far as Virginia goes. So nothing. In fact, Trump is up right now with 50% of the vote in Virginia. So I don't know. Yeah. Let's see what we have going on here. Colorado, blue. Anybody in Colorado? Comment down below if you guys are. Matter of fact, comment down below where you guys are watching from. Yeah, New York, very disappointing. Once again, a lot of people are saying it was the Puerto Rico joke. I don't think so. I just think people are going to vote blue no matter who. It's what they're used to at this point. People don't want to be educated. They don't want to give Trump a chance. Unfortunately for them, this makes no sense. I mean, if you look around at your situation is bad, you have to try something different. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting the same result. Expecting a different result, excuse me. So you do the same thing over and over and over and over, and you're expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity, and that's what's going on in New York. And that's why I'm extremely disappointed in my state, in my city. I believe that we could have done much better, but unfortunately, we'll look at the final numbers and we'll see. But it really just doesn't make any sense in my opinion. What's going on, but right now things are looking very promising. Let's go back to Ohio. Let's see where Ohio. People want to know what's going on in Ohio. Ohio called for Trump. Bow. Big stuff right there. Ohio called for Trump. We did he announce that already? So Ohio has been called for Trump. Wisconsin, Trump is taking an early lead. See, that's big. In Wisconsin, Trump takes an early lead, means that Trump is probably going to win. Usually we see early leads for Democrats all the time, and then Trump catches up because of the same day voting. North Carolina, Trump building a nice little lead there, and very tight in Virginia. So if they're calling Virginia, that makes no sense. You shouldn't be calling Virginia. Louisiana called for Trump. Louisiana outside for Trump. All right. So we got some 177 to 99 right now. 177 to 99 for Trump. Maine is back to the red. Yeah, I saw Maine is red. That's crazy. Somebody did call that. Somebody said that. All right. So see something real quick. See what's going on here. Well,
I thought North Dakota turned red.
North Dakota, North Dakota is oh, look at that. Minnesota starting off for Trump. Wisconsin starting off good for Trump. That's very, very good signs. If we look at what's going on here, let's take a look at what's going on in Michigan. Michigan is getting close now with just 10% of the vote. That may flip to Trump, which is big. Pennsylvania, Trump is catching up, 20% of the vote. When will Trump flip it? 30%, 40%? We shall find out. Let's see. So yeah, right now, a lot of red. Looking at this map, but New York, New York, she won by a lot in New York. Yo, bro, it makes no sense, bro. Flip New York, impossible, dude. People really went to the ballot box and really and she didn't even win New Jersey by so many votes, but yeah, bro, this is crazy. It's crazy. But call me stupid. Call me stupid for, having a lot of faith that New York can maybe make it competitive and close, but call me stupid, bro. Call me stupid. It's fine. If you're a Democrat and you call me stupid, I'll accept it tonight because of that. Because I'm an idiot for even believing that there is a slight chance that Trump, maybe could have a chance or something. But, call me stupid. I feel dumb. I feel very dumb. All right. So Decision Desk is calling for, this makes no sense. This is where the election begins to get very, very blurry and foggy. We got people calling the race for Virginia. DDHQ, I don't know who they are. Decision Desk HQ, anybody know who they are? Apparently they're calling this race in Virginia for this point I don't even matter. Yeah, so Decision Desk is calling the race in Virginia for Kamala prematurely. A lot of people are complaining about that. They have no idea why they're calling the race. It's proved way too early to call that. People are definitely, coming out and speaking out against that specific. All right, Trump wins Ohio. Let's go.
Percent of the vote in, but as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida, and now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight. The exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that's a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not have a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the
Oh, it doesn't fail, does it? There are Megyn Kelly. It doesn't fail. It doesn't fail, does it? Guys, I'm in the two-way studios and Megyn Kelly is interviewing Mark Halpering and Dan, and they're literally right next to me as they're on the Megyn Kelly show. They're literally right next to me, which is so dope. What a dope experience tonight has been for me. Life-changing stuff. Thank you, guys. Let's go back to what's going on. We got 8,000 in the house. Thank you so much for being here. We got big updates. We got the big map, ladies and gentlemen, the big map. But let's go here.
To get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195.
What is going on with you guys in Delaware, man?
This hour, and we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg.
Republicans, times are changing.
There. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
What an election, man. For them, Republicans are going crazy in this election, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's go to the map real quick. Let's see what's going on because we're gonna get back. We got PBD podcast coming up. We got some stuff coming up. right now. Let me refresh this map. Trump very, very close. Trump very, very close. Let's go to Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to Pennsylvania. See what's going on in Pennsylvania right now. Pennsylvania ready to flip. Told you guys, by the time it gets to 30 to 40%, it's going to flip. Will you be here for it? Michigan looks like it's going to flip by the time we get to 30 to 40% votes counted. Wisconsin, Trump off to a hefty 17% lead in Wisconsin. Will that flip? We don't know. Iowa is blue. What the hell? Hold on. Let's go to Iowa. Let's back out. Let's back out. Iowa is looking blue. What the hell is going on in Iowa? Very interesting. What's going on in Iowa, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on in Iowa? What's going on in Iowa? Anybody from Iowa? Very fishy stuff over there. All right. So, of course, New York, my beautiful home, a place that I would die for any time of the day. I'd go to war for New York. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't think New York will go to war for me. New York, AOC got reelected. I mean, this is, I don't know, man. It's hard to believe that we're just never going to change our ways. It's hard to believe that we're going to keep the same patterns. We're going to keep making ourselves suffer. We're going to keep making ourselves suffer. And I just don't want to hear people in New York complain about shit anymore. I don't want to hear them complain about the tolls. I don't want to hear y'all complain about taxes. I don't want to hear y'all complain about illegal migrants. I don't want to hear y'all complain about crime, robberies. I don't want to hear y'all complain about shit, you fucking idiots. All right. Just had to get that off my chest, bro. I had to get that off my chest. But, man, New York, so fucking disappointing, bro. So disappointing. We didn't even give Trump a shot. So disappointing. Very disappointing. Anyways, all right. It's about to be 9:30, which is closing poll time. You guys already know the vibes. See what's going on here real quick. See what's going on with PBD Podcast real quick.
How you guys been? You guys are back at it again on the same stage.
I've been great.
All right, forget it. He's got a lot of stuff going on over there. I just want to focus on the election. I don't really want to focus on other stuff that he's got going on. I'm just locked in on this Trump victory. I want to see it all the way through. Colorado, what's going on in Colorado? 55% for Harris in Colorado. Colorado is blue. Jesus. New Mexico, of course, we know New Mexico definitely about to be blue. Fortunately for New Mexico. Kansas. Surprising, Kansas is actually becoming. Anybody from Kansas?
Well, okay, the opposite end of the spectrum here. I mean, Republicans are coming and are pointing to data. They're pointing to precincts, they're pointing to demographics that they're overperforming.
Hold on. Let me go to Megyn Kelly's show real quick. Might mess it up. Yeah, I don't want him to hear it. Yeah, so they're speaking on Megyn Kelly. I'm trying to listen to what they got going on. They got a lot going on. I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm at the two-way studio. He's currently speaking right now at the Megyn Kelly show. Yeah, him right there. And then over there, they got Mark Hopper in. I was invited to come here and spend some time here with you guys. Maybe in the next election, we could be on the Megyn Kelly show. Maybe in the next election, we could be on the Patrick Bet-David. Maybe in the next election, we could have a whole bunch of people come through and it'll be dope. Yeah, frustrations with New York won't stop for me. I'm not liking Colorado. I'm not liking certain things. Pennsylvania. We got an update from Pennsylvania. The update from Pennsylvania is that with 24.8% of the vote in, Harris has a 200,000+ lead. Will that change? Will Trump flip it by the time it gets to 30-40? We shall see. If not, then things are gonna begin to look kind of scary. Let's see real quick what's going on here.
You're on. Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership. Calling Pete Hagen.
Wait, somebody sent me $200. Somebody, Dog Whisperer, sent me $200 and I missed it. I am so sorry for missing your donation. I'm going to see if I can catch it up here. I just saw your donation. Thank you for your $200 donation. And I also got Danny Morales sent $50. I'm missing some of your donations. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize. Please. I apologize for that. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. They're still showing Virginia's right, but yeah. So Virginia, we got to talk about Virginia. Is Virginia not? Yeah. So Virginia was called by Decision Desk, but it is still showing up on this map. Like, we can go to this map and maybe we could change it as well. We go to this map right here, and what is it going to show us? Virginia is going to show us that is a neck-to-neck race, and Donald Trump is actually in the lead. Donald Trump is taking the lead by 2% now in Virginia. So anybody calling Virginia is lying to you. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Trump 178 to 99. I smell victory. I smell it. But we got a long way to go. Long way to go before we start looking at the meltdowns. The meltdowns are going to be the best part about this. But once again, we got to lock in. Ladies and gentlemen. We got to lock in. We have to lock in. This is what the map is looking like right now. It is too early. You got to lock in. See. Let's see.
It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line, and that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden. Okay, so with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia.
Guys, I think Ted Cruz just won. I think they're calling it for Ted Cruz. Maybe I'm premature, but I could be wrong and I could be right. You guys can't hear anything? Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You guys are hearing me eat. I'm sorry. That's rude.
They're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? And do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, you know, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved.
All right, we're getting big news now out of North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. North Carolina was just decided for Trump. That's the big news that we're getting right now. Let me stop sharing this so I can share the new one. Let me open up a new tab for you guys. Let's go here real quick. Open up a new tab. Let's go back here. And I think they're calling North Carolina for Trump. Could be wrong, could be wrong, could be wrong. Let's get an update here real quick. Decision desk. That's where we should be. Decision desk. See, I'm not sure how accurate they are, but apparently a lot of people are saying that they're accurate. Latest results across the map. Not sure. Election coverage. I gotta view all results. Let's see what we can have here. All right, so that's not gonna work. First one. All presidential results. Okay, cool. All right, what do we have here? So we got North Carolina for Trump. Just called for Trump. They called in North Carolina for Trump. They called Virginia for Kamala, even though Trump is up right now. Did they call it too prematurely? With 60% of the vote in, Trump is up by 10,000 votes, and they calling it for this. This is why this map makes no sense to me. This map makes no sense to me. But apparently, people are saying that decision desk is cool. 27% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. We could look at this map. I'm not sure how credible we are right now, but yeah, they're calling it for Trump. Georgia, they're about to call Georgia for Trump. That's going to be big. Ohio was already called for Trump. Let's see real quick. All right, so let's go back here real quick. Go back to the map, and then we'll go back to see what Fox is talking about. See what Fox is talking about as a whole, because I know they're going to start calling things in. Trump is killing it right now in Georgia. We're just waiting for that. Georgia is pretty big. Democrats thought that they were going to do a good job in Georgia. Doesn't seem like it. Trump has a huge lead up in Georgia right now, 52%. Let's see. Colorado is already called. Colorado called. So I guess they're calling these things very quickly, and this is why people are watching Decision Desk. Illinois and Chicago did not go. I mean, look, man, I can't tell you what these deep blue cities. You guys know how I feel, but Chicago, big disappointment. Like, a terrible disappointment. New York, terrible disappointment. I mean, just look at the numbers in New York, man. 64% for Kamala Harris. Just look at it. You want to talk about crazy. Whatever. All right. Things are getting very, very interesting in Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. Very interested in Michigan. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Very interesting. 30% of the vote it's getting close, but not close enough for Donald J. Trump as of right now, coming out of Georgia. All right, here we go. See if we get some updates here.
At the suburbs. And, first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue, because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him, because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate, because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep. I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
All right, so let's go back to the map. Once again, many people are telling me not to use Decision Desk because it's not, they already called it for Virginia, right? But Virginia stuff is really controversial as far as X goes. Once again, all projection from them. But if we go over to Axios, and I'm going to hit the refresh button here live with you guys, we're going to take a look at Virginia, and Trump is up in Virginia right now, 50 to 48% with 60% of the vote, and it still hasn't been called by Axios or in that, percentage, Associated Press. They haven't even called it. So premature call, could be credible source, not really. So once again, we're just going to keep an eye out on that. 30% of the vote in, let's see real quick, 30% of the vote in, see real quick. 30% of the vote in Pennsylvania right now. She's still up 52 to 46. Will it flip? That's the big question. 30% was my line. of where I thought Trump would start to turn things around. 40% is my next mark. If I don't see a huge shift by 40, even 45, I'll push it to 45. Then I'm very, very worried about Pennsylvania. All right, here we go. Michigan, 13%, going up 15% of the vote. It's very close in Michigan right now. That's big. So Pennsylvania, really, it's where we're at right now. Let's see, New Mexico for Trump, 20%. New Mexico, a little red for now. It's always funny to see these states be red for a little bit before they go back to the natural way of being. That being New York and New Jersey. We ain't even seen New York be red for a second. It just got cold right away. I always wonder how they call these states right away. Like New York got called so fast with less than 1% of the vote being counted. It was called. Wow, just called. What's that about? Maybe I need to do more research on how this stuff really works, because there's no way that New York just like, yo, we didn't even count, just call it. Like, I don't know. Polls close at 8. They already know the winner by freaking 8:30. Sure. You'll miss me with that one. I'm never gonna get used to that. I just don't get it. I'm sorry, guy. I really just don't get how that works. I just don't get how that works. Telling you, bro, like, look, yo, polls closed in New York at 8, right? No, 9. And by 9:15, we already knew that, like, we didn't even give it a chance. Like, it's already just called for Trump. I mean, for Kamala. Something just like, I don't know. I'll let it go. Jeff, I'll let it go. Jeff told me to let it go. I'm gonna let it go, bro. I'm just pissed off about it. I am, but I'm gonna let it go. I won't be a sore loser about that. I should have expected it anyways, whatever. You're right, bro. I'll let it go. Take a deep breath at that. Ted Cruz won. Ted Cruz, big winner tonight. A lot of let's go. Let's get an update here from Fox real quick. See what's going on.
Time there. There's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine state. And when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn.
Yeah, they're a little behind Pilot by like 1 minute. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Let me not refresh this page. I'm gonna refresh this page, but I'm also gonna go back to the map here. Do we have any up? Oh, okay. Things are getting very interesting now in Pennsylvania. Very, very interesting, my friends. Very interesting out in Pennsylvania now. Trump cutting in. He's cutting in. Not by too much, but he's cutting in enough that by the time it gets to 40 to 50%, that wide margin that they have probably won't be it anymore. Trump cooking in Georgia. We still have a lot more votes to count over there as well. Still have a lot more votes to count. But Trump is cooking right now. Trump is up by 52 to 47. Georgia is closing in. It's not closing in by too much, but it is closing in. Like I said, Trump is up right now in Virginia by 2%, even though Decision Desk called it prematurely, in my opinion. Yeah, they had a boost by 20%, but he's still losing. So not looking too good right now in Pennsylvania, if I'm being honest. But once again, it's not over till it's over. And if it does come down to Pennsylvania, how long will it take to really count all, the ballots? Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very, very tight race. Iowa is also blue. Iowa is blue. With 20% of the vote, she's up 53 to 45%. So she has a nice little lead right now with 20% of the vote, still 80% to come in. We're going to see if they call that prematurely as well. Hopefully they don't call any more prematures because I really can't take it. I really don't want to see it, and I really, really don't want to hear it. Let's see.
Now, but I was poking and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? No, is Detroit, you know, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half. And so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump.
All right, guys, real quick. Let me exit off all of this stuff. Let me give you guys an update here. So Virginia is becoming to be a trend here. Virginia is a trend right now, as far as them calling it. The New York Times says that, apparently, according to this report here, I'm going to play this report for you guys real quick. We're going to keep getting more updates. Keep getting more updates here. New York Times says Trump has a 70% chance of winning. 70%. The New York Times. Once again, I don't fall for any of that stuff, but New York Times is projecting Trump to win 70%, which is pretty crazy to see that. Let's go back to the map. Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Very interesting in Pennsylvania. I told you guys. The lead for Harris is coming down by a lot now. A lot more than previous. So once again, 40% is my mark of where we're going to see the big flip, in my opinion, where it's going to be like neck to neck, and only God can help us with who's going to be declared the winner there. But 35.4% is in, 51 to 47%. So still not toward the 50% mark just yet, but getting pretty close there, ladies and gentlemen, getting pretty close. Virginia, once again, Trump up by a lot. Trump up 60% of the vote in Trump, 50% to 48 in Virginia. That's pretty big. Once again, others are calling it. North Carolina, it's already been called for Trump. Georgia, let's go to Georgia real quick. Georgia is looking like Pennsylvania right now, actually, but flip it. It's looking like Pennsylvania with Trump on the winning side. Nebraska, Trump already called for Nebraska. Kansas is looking like Trump is going to win Kansas. Missouri, where's Missouri? Because a lot of people are saying Missouri shouldn't be, any other color but red. And then let's go to Iowa. Forget all that. Let's go to Iowa real quick. Zoom out. Let's go to Iowa. So in Iowa, she's up right now with 21% of the vote. Iowa, she's up. Is it going to flip by the time it gets to 30%? We're going to see. Iowa, very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting with Iowa. Anybody from Iowa in the comments, please let me know what's going on over there. You guys got to lock in. You guys got to lock in. All right, we're 7 minutes away from 10 p.m. Eastern time. Trump is closing in on Pennsylvania. That's what we got our eyes on right now. He's closing in on Pennsylvania. Michigan, he's closing in on Michigan as well with 14.4% of the vote. Still a lot more to go. Wisconsin, she's up right now by 1%. That's going to be very interesting what happens in Wisconsin. It's like literally split down to the middle. What a race. This is a crazy race. Right now, 188 to 99. Trump cooking. Let's go see if we get some audio here real quick.
And see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage. All right. And 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee.
Hold on, guys. This thing is like really buffering a lot. Everybody's on this.
So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
That's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
For Wisconsin for you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Things are heating up, getting very, very, very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. If you're someone who has been on to all of this for some time now, as you can see, it's heating up. Just look at this. I'm gonna sit down and just let you guys enjoy that view for now. I'm hoping that it stays this way. But as you can see, 60 more. Just gonna enjoy that view for a second without talking. All right, here we go. Now we get back to business. Pennsylvania, wow, whoo, Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys, 40% is my mark. 40% is my mark. 45 is a maximum. 40%, ladies and gentlemen, looking big, big as Trump is closing in on Pennsylvania. And then boom, Pennsylvania, there goes dynamite. So right now, looking very, very close. New York, how much you disappointed me.
Look at them.
It's only 10% of the vote, and it's probably tighter than I think. If she wins by more than 1 million votes, and 400, 500,000 votes, then I'll be very surprised. Georgia, how's Georgia looking? Georgia's looking close. Thank you for your donations, guys. I appreciate you. All right, let me see. Let me refresh all these pages real quick. See what's going on. Trump is catching up in Pennsylvania. Shall we look at the betting market? See what the betting market is saying. We shall definitely be taking a look at the betting market. The betting market. Let me see. Betting market. Okay, so the betting market has Trump right now significantly up, but oh wow, the betting market. The betting market has Trump winning Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stop messing around with this. Let me just leave it on one. Oh my God, the betting market has Trump winning Michigan. The betting market has Trump winning Wisconsin. The betting market has Trump getting, wow, it's looking like a landslide, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but this is big. This is huge, huge for what's going on right now in the world of politics. Take a look at what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at something big about to go down right now. Looking at something big. So the betting market is exploding right now. And Trump right now is an 80% favorite. 80% favorite on Kalshi. Trump. Holy shit. Holy shit. Shit is my bad, guys. I don't mean to use holy, and Lord forgive me for using any of those words in vain, or your name, Lord. Forgive me for my sins. Wow. Holy moly. Holy cow. Okay, so the betting market, it has Trump in huge favor. Right now, Trump is catching up. Let's go back here real quick. Well, this is getting big, man. All right, so Virginia has been called for Kamala, but Trump is up in Virginia. I'm going to keep looking at Virginia. I'm not sold on the fact that they're calling it for Virginia in some places. That doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Virginia, Trump is up. Trump is up 1.4 to 1.3 right now in Virginia. I told you guys I should have bet. I was going to win all that money. I decided not to bet. I told you guys Trump's crazy. All right, but let's not get too happy. Let's just look around. Let's look around. All right, guys, 10 p.m. Let's go.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes, to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina.
Hold on, guys. See, right now look, Decision Desk has Trump at 220. Decision Desk is very far ahead. But oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania has flipped. Told you guys, 42%. 40 to 45% was my mark. If it didn't flip before that, I would have been very worried. Ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania has officially flipped. Holy moly, it is looking like a sweep for Donald J. Trump if this continues trending in the right direction. Wow, this is pretty crazy. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. I'm just, a lot of people, one of your friends said that if Trump wins, it's going to be a whites only society. I've heard so many crazy things from Democrats. They're already beginning to melt down. They're smelling this loss like never before. They're beginning to use race. A lot of people that are misinformed, unfortunately, from my brothers and sisters who are Black, who are Hispanic, they're beginning to fathom with this idea that we're about to enter, once Trump wins, that we're about to enter an era of racism and all this bullshit. Craziest part about that is that we entered an era after 2020 of lockdowns, war, vaccines, illegal immigration, killings, murder, fentanyl deaths. We entered the era that they fear the most. They just don't realize that they're in it because the mainstream media doesn't act like it. So they don't understand. They think they should fear Trump, but they should fear the times that they're living in now. You should fear the times that you're living in now. My brothers and sisters who are very confused about what's going on today, you should fear what's going on now. What's going on now should scare the shit out of you. Why are people voting for Trump? Because it scares the shit out of them what's going on now. Anyways. Scott Pressler deserves so much credit for this. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, so big time stuff happening right now. Let's get an update from Fox real quick.
Near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun
Yes,
County,
always, yes.
in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
Yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general.
Yeah, I told you guys, the Muslim community, you guys got to lock in with the Muslim community, bro. Muslim community, Jewish community, come together. Christians, all of us, we all want the same thing for our kids. Trust me, we do. And there's a reason why Minnesota is looking the way it's looking. There's a reason why Michigan is probably going to win. Trump is going to win Michigan. I'm calling it right now. I believe so. Real quick, let's yeah, Michigan is looking very close. Wow, look at, oh my God, Pennsylvania looking crazy. Let's see. Iowa, red. Iowa is in the red, ladies and gentlemen. Let me back up real quick. We're going to get back to Fox in just a second. This thing is acting up for me. Let me back it up real quick. Now let me back it up. So let me refresh the page. Yeah, Iowa just flipped red. Trump right now. Let's see. Yeah, and Virginia is still in play. Virginia is looking like Trump. Look at this. Wow, look at that. PA, red. Pow. Woo-wee. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to a Dog Whisperer for a $200 donation. Petra, the dono, thank you so much for your donation. It means the world to me. Anybody donating, thank you so much. We've this is the moment we've been all waiting for. This is everything. The reason why I started this channel. We are here. We're at the finish line for chapter 1 of my YouTube career and my political career. Chapter 2 starts at once this is over. All right, here we go. So Let me go to X real quick. X is going crazy. Liberals are going crazy on X. I can't wait for the reactions. When Trump wins, which I believe he will, the reactions are going to be crazy. There was a shift in, okay, so we got an update here real quick from Puerto Rican voters. There was a historic shift of Puerto Rican, Florida voters and for Trump. Wow, look at that. 43%. Trump only got 31%. So Trump grew his Puerto Rican vote in Florida. He grew the vote. That's big news for me. I love that. I love that. I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican myself. So. All right, let's go back to see what's going on here. See what's going on. Pennsylvania is red. 2% Trump flips Philadelphia. I mean, Trump's Pennsylvania flips Pennsylvania with 47.2%. Still more than half the vote left. The numbers right now in New York with 60% looks like Harris won by 1 million. Jesus, help us. Help us in New York. We still got a lot of New York voters that came out and voted. Still got people that came out and voted. Yeah, you got 2 million people came out and voted for Trump, but still not enough. Not even close. Georgia, how is Georgia looking? Georgia right now has Trump up. Trump is building a nice little lead in Georgia. Still, Virginia, Trump is building a lead, not by much, but he's building somewhat of a lead in Virginia. So PA is red. PA is red right now. Looking at the map, PA is red. Wisconsin, red. Trump up by 2% in Wisconsin. Let's look at the betting markets real quick. Man, look at this. Look at the betting market, man. The betting market, 83%, 83.3% for Trump in the betting market, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. That Trump is that much of a favorite. Earlier today, he was a 60% favorite. Now he has climbed up over 83.3%. Wow. So many people are getting cooked. So many people are getting cooked. I'm just remembering all the people. Just remembering them all. Can't wait to see their reactions, man. I can't wait. Can't wait to see everybody's reaction to this. This is not normal. What's happening right now, it's not normal. I'm not celebrating because we don't fucking know what's going to happen, but I didn't expect this to be this way, if you guys know what I'm saying. I didn't expect it to be this way.
All about policy, not racism or other things, and the fact that
let's see. I'm looking at hold on guys, give me 1 second. Let me give you guys an update here real quick. Let's go here real quick. I just want to see this for myself. Just want to see this for myself.
Okay, they always are. It's only 42%
Okay.
reported in Wisconsin.
Why does Pennsylvania keep flipping around like this? It's Philadelphia reported the goddamn. No, save them. Save them for the end. I'm glad they're saving them.
Filling these fucking
Yeah, they're filling them in. It's like a fucking
blocks,
coloring book.
yeah,
I got it. We're good. We're good.
Pennsylvania call it?
What?
When is it over in Pennsylvania?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're melting down. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my God, they're melting down, ladies. Destiny's melting down. Hassan Piker is melting down. Oh boy. Van Jones is going to be crying at some point tonight. Thank you for your $10 donation. I appreciate you. Yeah, they're melting down. Boy, it's not looking too good right now for them. But once again, we got a long way to go. Pennsylvania is not done just yet. Let's see real quick. Let's see. Data map. Trump 221. Pennsylvania is flipping back and forth. Let me see. See what's going on here. I'm just getting some more updates, guys. All right, let's go to Fox real quick.
I think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've
All
gone
of
from
us.
96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way,
Sean.
all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
To that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So, and that wasn't even an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong t-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million. We went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board, and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%. And it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and other models are now predicting him well in excess.
Stock market futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final accounting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Vodecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Vodecast.
And that has to be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers. All right, versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about. You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know.
Yeah, so let's go through the map real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go through the map. We're going to get an update in 27 seconds from this map. But we have Pennsylvania red. 1.8, almost 1.9 for Trump, over 1.7 for Kamala. And let's get another update here. Virginia, Trump is leading Virginia right now by 1.5%. And North Carolina, let me see. Georgia, Trump is up 51 to 47% in Georgia. Let's go to Michigan right now. Michigan is very tight. She's up by 1% with 20% of the vote in. So that's the win. It's a win in my opinion, because when we get to the 30-40%, then things might be a lot more different. You know what I mean? A lot more different, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. So we have that Minnesota. Okay, let's actually take a look. Utah, Trump already won that. Trump won Wyoming. Let's see. Colorado, she won. Colorado is like super, super blue. My God. Arizona. So Arizona, she's up by 1% in Arizona right now. Yeah, I'm not really happy. Virginia just turned to blue, 0.4% blue. Iowa got called for Trump. Iowa, let's see. Iowa, get an update for Iowa real quick. Hold on, okay. For some reason, this thing acts up though, like no tomorrow. All right, Iowa, Trump killing in Iowa. Yeah, it's gonna get called. Iowa, he's killing in Iowa. Whatever the hell they were talking about. Pennsylvania is getting close. He's up by 2%, building a margin, taking off in Pennsylvania. Virginia back to blue. Yeah, Virginia's back to blue, but only by 0.4%. So that's going to be very interesting going throughout the rest of the night. Very, very interesting going throughout the rest of the night. Boy, this is crazy. We're going to keep getting more updates. Go back to Fox. I'm going to get some audio.
The decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll.
Yeah.
The Des Moines Register. I mean, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Yes, right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away. This is
let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
ever.
true, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
See, I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like he's a tough guy and he's
that's a great point.
Energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
Final word.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So Trump to win the popular vote, imagine that.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now. Seven, 8, and 9.
What am I? A cut of prime, you know.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Great coverage.
Have fun. Fantastic to be together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're gonna stick with Fox for now. Whether you like it or not, you guys can go somewhere else. But I'm pretty sure you're enjoying this one, so stick around. All right, so whoa, Trump building a lead in Pennsylvania, about to hit 2 million. And you guys did your thing, man. It's propaganda, but we're not watching it for the propaganda. We're watching it for the results. I don't care what the hell they're talking about most of the time. I just want to see results. I want to see what I think. Arizona, red. Bow. Arizona is officially red. Trump up by 0.2%. Yeah, so Arizona is officially red. Look at this red map. How'd you guys like this right here? We just need Michigan to turn red. Where are my Muslims in Michigan, man? Look how tight Michigan is, guys. Look how tight Michigan is. I mean, this is crazy. We still got a long way to go in Michigan, but it looks like Trump can win Michigan. Muslims came out. Muslims want Trump. Told you guys this. Been telling you guys this for a long time. People got mad. They said, whatever you want to say about Muslims, but Muslims are the most conservative people I know. I grew up with them. I know how they are. Muslim Americans are conservative. Trust me, they want Donald Trump to win. They want Donald Trump to win. They don't want to deal with none of this liberal philosophy that goes on in schools. These people have kids. These people get married. These people are all about their families. They're as conservative as it gets. Muslims for Trump in Michigan is a huge deal. Somalis, these are people that want to be around their family. They come here for opportunity. They want to be around their families. They don't want liberal philosophy taking over their kids' schools. These people are changing their vote to Trump because of that. They're all very conservative people, man. I'm telling you. All right. Yeah, Tina lost. Yeah, Tina lost. Unfortunately, very devastating for a friend of the show, Tina 40. She's still around though. I'm gonna check up on her later. Gonna give her a call whenever I get the chance. But of course, New York voted blue as soon as the polls closed. Unfortunately, I don't know what the hell is going on in New York. We still gotta listen. Let's get this over and done with. Let's win. After that, I got a lot to say. If I had people right here, right now, I would say a lot. Trust me. I'm not holding shit back from anybody anymore. Fuck Fat Joe. I hate Fat Joe. Not a fan of him. Trash. I hate him because of what he did to the Yankees. He came out. Performance was terrible at the Yankee Stadium. The Yankees lost. Then he goes and endorses Kamala. Fuck you, Fat Joe. Anyways. All right, here we go. Let's get some more updates here. Oh, Harris HQ. What's going on at the Harris HQ?
Also spoken to some.
Should we look at what they're saying?
Receptions at two big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right.
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much.
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin, because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie.
All right, real quick, guys. Let's go to the map. Ooh, big news, ladies and gentlemen. Michigan is red for the first time. I think the second time tonight. Will it stay red throughout the whole way and get cold for Trump? This is big news right now. Look at all the red, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the red. Trump winning the popular vote, which is crazy. Look at this. Look at the popular vote. Trump winning the popular vote by almost 6 million. Right now, Michigan just went back to blue. They're flipping back and forth. Look, Pennsylvania is still red. Pennsylvania is still red, ladies and gentlemen, which is huge. Michigan, what is Michigan going to do? Michigan is neck to neck right now. Neck to neck. Wisconsin, looking good for Trump. 2%. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. 2% lead there for Somebody said, where's Van Jones? He's probably going to begin to start crying at some point tonight. We're going to be keeping an eye out on that. We're looking at the map. Let me get an update here from X. See if we get anything from X. Michigan just went red. Yeah, Michigan went red. Then we went back to blue. So we're going to see. Let's see real quick. See if we get anything going on. Let's see if we get anything going on here. Trump projected to have won Georgia. Have they called Georgia yet? I see people calling Georgia, but I don't know. Georgia still hasn't been called, but we're almost at 100% of the vote in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. So Georgia is going to get called sometime soon here. Sometime soon. Somebody said, I can't believe Colorado is red. Well, you should start believing it because it's very, very, blue, very, very blue. Excuse me, very blue. All right, here we go. Georgia should be called any moment now. See what we got going on in Fox.
Strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency, probably doing.
What's wrong with this guy? We don't got time to listen to this. Betting markets. What is the betting market saying about Trump? Let's refresh it. Betting market, 88% for Donald John Trump. Oh my God. Last time we looked at it, they had him at 80%. Donald John Trump, 88% right now to win. Started off the day at 55 to 60%. Now he is 88% favorite. We're very, very close to the finish line, but we have to finish. Have to finish strong, ladies and gentlemen. We have to finish strong. All right, let's go to Iowa. Trump just won Iowa. Bow, just called.
The Des Moines Register poll, I think we've talked about it seven times tonight, but anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kelly, and should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early to.
All right, we got some big updates here, not only from the betting market, but we have updates from Michigan and Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen, Minnesota. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at the Muslims going off. Muslims and white folks and black folks have come together to create one of the biggest moments. No, we're not done yet, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We got a lot going on here. Have a lot going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Michigan, Trump building a lead there by 1%. Pennsylvania, Trump building a lead there by 2%, big time. Wisconsin, Trump building a lead there by 2% as well. Minnesota, Trump built. Oh my God. Is it going to stay this way? It's too early to tell. It's too early to tell. Trump, look at Trump's numbers in Minnesota, 60%. That's a crazy start for a Republican in Minnesota right now. Crazy start. Crazy start for Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, look how red this map is. All right, real quick. Georgia's about to get called very soon. It's still live. Okay, here we go. So we have path to 270. Boom. Let me refresh. Somebody said Elon just tweeted. Let's see what Elon is talking about. Yeah, the Latino vote. Look, he's about to win the Latino vote. 60% of Latinos in Michigan are about to vote for Donald Trump in what seems to be, actually, it's crazy. Latinos in Michigan, 60%, according to CNN's poll. That's insane. That is crazy. So I'm guessing the Puerto Rican hoax is not working, ladies and gentlemen. Not one bit. Somebody said, turn on CNN and MSNBC right now. This is their funeral and they know it. Oh my God. Well, I'm about to start looking at what's going on in this. Let's see something real quick. Let's get out of Fox News real quick. Let's go check out CNN real quick. See what's going on with CNN. Or we can check out MSNBC. It's up to you guys. Whichever ones you guys want to check out, that's totally up to you. I don't mind checking out either.
Looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there. So yet to be seen.
All right. So that's, hold on guys, real quick. Let me say thank you to a bunch of donators. You guys are donating a lot and I want to say thank you. What a crazy stream this is. What a crazy time. Thank you so much for your donations, guys. All right, CNN. Just want to see what's going on with them. I just want to see what's going on with CNN. Let's see if this plays.
Of the vote, Kamala Harris is 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a narrow 1,046 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Arizona. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,004 up, that just increased. So to a 6,556 lead ahead of Kamala Harris with an estimated 55% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 121,000 plus vote lead. That's with 61% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 153,980 vote lead with an estimated 86% of the vote in. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 52.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a more than 102,000 vote lead. That's with 27% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Michigan. In North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump is 134,000 plus votes ahead with 84% of.
Jake Tapper is cooking. He's getting cooked.
Kamala Harris still in the lead, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is maintaining a 55,000 plus vote lead with 3/4 of the vote in there. In Virginia, 75% of the estimated vote. And then in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote in the lead there. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now with an estimated 65% of the vote. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection for us in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with history being made in the state
of Maryland. There, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, a former Walmart executive, the Democrat here becoming the first woman and the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from Delaware.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what CNN sounds like. Let's go back to Fox real quick. See what Fox is talking about. I'd much rather Fox at this point, ladies and gentlemen. I'd much rather enjoy
this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age. This is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, who does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win this? So if everything.
Give me 1 second, guys. Make sure to smash the like button if you haven't yet. Thank you so much. All right, this is the map. This is the map right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the map. 210, Trump, very, very close to making history. Very close. No celebrating yet. And he's killing the popular vote. Look at the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are outside. What happened? Yeah, it's every vote. Electoral college, but this is just everybody's vote, the popular vote. He's up right now in the popular vote, which is just insane. Insane. Not something I definitely even thought would happen just yet, but we still don't know. We still don't have the numbers. Trump building a nice, hefty little lead in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. Look how red this looks. This looks insane right now. I don't even know what the heck I'm looking at. Somebody check up on Cenk Uygur. Yeah, I don't even want to check up on these people, bro. I'm so sick of them. I'm good. I'm good, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna check up on them after. We're gonna see the reactions because they're gonna go viral. But right now, I'm not gonna check up on anybody until I know that this man won and we're going back to the White House. And I might even go to DC. I might take a drive out there, go talk to people, go stay at a hotel, stay in DC for a few days, go to Florida. I don't know. I might do something because this is big. You know what I'm saying? This is big. But yeah. Yeah, you guys stay laser focused on stuff like this. I'm not celebrating. I'm just saying like it's looking good, but still, you know, nothing, ladies and gentlemen, nothing. No emotion from me until I know it's for certain. It's been called everywhere, and we're getting ready. We're getting ready to do what we got to do. As of right now, I'm chilling. Fuck Fat Joe. With all due respect, no respect. Fat Joe is trash. We don't like Fat Joe. He's the reason why the Yankees lost. Fuck him.
Voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34. Hispanic women underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20 plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk, that it does to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
and there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways, Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home.
Democrats are liars. We already know this. I mean, it's just that simple. It's so simple. We've been saying it for a long time now. These people are sick in the head. They're crazy. They're melting down. And I can't wait to finally see it. I want to see this go home. I want to see it finally close in. I want to see it all end. Do not go to bed tonight until you know he won. Remember what happened in 2020. Do not go to bed until he's announced the winner, because look at this. Look at the popular vote. He has 50 million overall votes. She only has 44 million. If it holds, that's huge. If it holds, that's huge. Trump now building a significant lead in Michigan. Significant lead in Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, red. We'll see if it keeps going. New York, million vote difference there, unfortunately. Yeah, don't go to bed until you know what's up. I'm pissed off about New York, dude. Pissed. People losing their mind. Idiots. People are saying that you should unfollow me. Unfollow me. If you're a Trump supporter, you need to unfollow me. If you're a Trump supporter, I hate you. If you're a Trump supporter, you're the worst. You don't care about the LGBTQIA plus community. You don't care about trans. You don't care about, shut the fuck up. How about that? Shut up. I care about ending wars, ending inflation, furthering the lives of others. Care about ending wars, peace in the Middle East, peace all over the world, making money, creating businesses, letting people into the country, organized, not by some Democrat agenda to eliminate swing states, because I'm pretty sure that's damn real. Yeah, I care about a lot of things, man. And I don't know what's wrong with some of you folks, but I don't know if you guys are looking around. There's a lot of gay people in this chat right now, I promise you. There's a lot of gay people here, a lot of gay conservatives, a lot of people that are gay that don't believe that for some reason their rights are being taken away. You just living in la la land, You're confused. You don't know what the fuck is going on. If women in this chat right now that are voting, even though the whole abortion thing, for some reason is the biggest deal for some women just don't care about that. They don't have to worry about that. They know that it's a state right. States vote on that. So a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are freaking out is fucking just retarded, in my opinion. It's just retard shit. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And most of the time, nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. So shout out to all my gay conservatives. Shout out to all the people that are here that are pro-choice, but they're still voting for Trump because they just align themselves more with Trump. I just don't have time for the bullshit. I don't have time for the bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. I really don't. All right, let's go to Fox. Oh, Trump headquarters. What's going on in Trump headquarters? Are they celebrating over there?
It's positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said. But everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. We don't have a call for any.
I'm hearing that Georgia just got called. I'm hearing that Georgia just got called for Trump. All right, let's get some results. Here we go.
For the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then
o'clock.
we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. The race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, They say, we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. Mm-hmm. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing.
They're getting cooked. No matter what happens tonight, ladies and gentlemen, there was a great awakening that took place in this election as far as Hispanics go. Black people, specifically Black men. I'm very proud of you guys because you guys were expected to legitimately fall head over heels for Kamala Harris. No matter what happens, I just want to say these poll numbers, these numbers are very, very good, extremely good. Like Jessica Tarloff, a Democrat, said, jaw dropping. Shout out to the white men out there that didn't fall victim to, white boys for Harris. A lot of you white men held the line. A lot of you Black men held the line. A lot of you Hispanics held the line. So shout out to you, no matter what happens tonight. All right, let's go check the map real quick. Let's go check the map. See what's up. Let's see what's going on. Right? We already know California. Already, look, like I said, again, California at 11 o'clock, 6 minutes in, California's already called for Harris. California is already called for Harris. Literally 6 minutes in. How the fuck does that happen? I really don't get it. I don't know how this works. But yet some other parts of the country take literally hours and days to count. I'm sorry. Somebody has to come and explain this to me. I just don't think I'll ever get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. Look, I got a report here that says, I got a report here. Hold on. I got a report here from, damn it, the report left. It was a good report from James O'Keefe. He posted that New Jersey, the lines are still very long, and it got called immediately. So New Jersey has been called, even though there's thousands of people still outside, and California has been already called, even though it's 6 minutes in. This is ridiculous. It's crazy. Look, Cold. 0% of the vote is in. We don't even know. 6 minutes in, it's already cold. Same thing with New York. I don't know.
Didn't they do that for Virginia?
I don't know, bro. This shit is like, I just don't get it. I really would never understand it about this. I would never understand this about our elections. Never. I would never get over it. Anyways, so we already expected that to go down. That still doesn't shift. So even though she won California, that still keeps Trump in the lead for the popular vote, which I thought would change. So Trump is leading still in the popular vote by a very, very wide margin. Will that change throughout the night? I'm not sure. But if Trump wins the election and if he wins the popular vote, this is one of the most craziest things. I couldn't even predict this. You could hope for it, but it's something that's out of this world, unbelievable. So if that happens, let's see. All right. Virginia is, she's up in Virginia right now. Trump is up in North Carolina. Trump is up in Georgia. People are saying Georgia was called. Georgia is still not called, not even by Fox News. They're still not called. So we still got to wait. Still have to wait for Georgia. But we are looking at the map here. We're looking at New Mexico. Trump is not supposed to be doing this well in New Mexico at all. Trump is doing very good in New Mexico. Even though he's losing, he's still doing very well. All right. Nevada should be start counting soon. Arizona, very tight in Arizona. Yeah, very, 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 very tight in Arizona right now. Just so you guys can take a look here, Arizona is literally 0.2% for Donald Trump right now. Arizona is extremely tight with half of the vote to go. So this race right now is extremely tight. A lot of people, you know, we can see it for Trump's way, but it's still tight. I would like to not celebrate or talk crazy, you know. You just got to stay locked in, stay vigilant, stay prayed up about where this country is going to go. Right now, we got, you know, Elon Musk and Trump headquarters right now. Dana White, a whole bunch of people are with Trump right now at the Trump headquarters. We're going to be going there in a second. Somebody said it shouldn't be this tight. I don't think it should be this tight, but still. You know, Royce White is doing well. Royce White, friend of the show. He's about to, look, remember earlier, they called the race for Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, Royce White is about to beat her. Royce White is up by almost 10%. Royce White, a friend of the show, somebody I called a friend, is about to be the next senator of Minnesota. Like, this is crazy. And they called it for her earlier, but now it's too early to call. They took it back. So we have some big thing going on. Bernie Moreno won. Royce about to win. This is big. Big time stuff. I remember before Royce ran, we did an interview with him. Spoken to him various times. Royce White, congratulations on all of your success. Hopefully you close this out tonight, champ. Shout out to Minnesota going out there and voting. Minnesota is looking very, very promising for Donald J. Trump as well. Minnesota right now, Trump literally in the lead with 14% of the vote coming in, 12.9% of the vote coming in, 60% for Donald Trump. So people in Minnesota are doing their thing. Somebody said, why is Georgia taking long to be called? Well, Georgia right now, Trump is building a nice little lead. 88.4% of the vote should be called any second now, if I'm being honest with you. Should be called any second now, guys. And when it does, that's going to be big. Let me see. All right. Let's see where we're at. We're getting some updates here. Let's see where we're at. Trump killing. Just look at this. Look at the popular vote. Popular vote, 52 million to 46 million votes. Trump more popular than the Kamala Harris. Who the hell would have ever thought that? Not me, if I'm being honest. Not me. Not me. That's some insane numbers, man. I had a shirt that said "Too big to rig." I fucking understand why he said that. I get it. I know why he said it. It's fucking happening. All right, here we go. Let's see. We're going to be getting some more updates here coming up very soon. Let's see what's happening here real quick. Ohio. I don't want to look at what. All right, let's see. Now we could probably take a look at it now.
Working with former President Trump, he ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. Yep. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought, at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time. He's running tough races and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana.
All right, guys, let's get some more updates here as to what's going on. Virginia is still blue. Let's see real quick. Virginia is still blue right now. So. Yeah. So for some reason, something big is happening in New Jersey. Like I said, from looking earlier, James O'Keefe was reporting that there was still a huge line in New Jersey. It's the same thing happening in New York? Is the same thing happening anywhere else? Yeah. Let's go to Georgia. What's happening in Georgia? Why isn't Georgia being called by Fox, by CNN, by MSNBC? It's not being called. So I gotta, I'm gonna go to X real quick and, get an update. What is this? Let's see. Excuse me, guys. I know that sounds kind of annoying. All right. So yeah, it's a big jump for Kamala. It's not over, guys. It's not over just yet. We can't be celebrating can't be celebrating too early. All right, let's see. 'Cause, 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 One of my friends is texting me, Trump better not have a Yankees moment. Knock on wood. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that for my boy Trump. All right, here we go. We got enough here. Popular vote. I'm telling you, the popular
Election night on Fox News Channel.
craziest thing to take away so far is the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Trump is killing it on the popular, but like I said, once again, we don't know what's going to happen. We really don't know what's going to happen. But the fact that Trump has 54 million votes and probably going to end up with almost 70 plus, maybe more. Yeah, it's pretty insane, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually insane. A lot of people weren't predicting that at all, but it's still not over yet. Still not over yet. She's jumping. She's at 179 now. But even with 179, the only reason, so to explain to people, the only reason she jumped to 179 is because of California, Oregon, and Washington. That's it. Now, if she wins PA, she wins Michigan, and she wins, then she's going to get to 270. But she's not going to get to 270 by not winning Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, the only reason she jumped is because of California, for just being very honest. And California got called extremely, and I mean extremely quick. Yeah, Georgia, let's see what when it comes to Georgia, once again, don't know why it hasn't been called for Trump. If I'm being honest, I really don't know. We got 92% of the vote. It might go all the way to 100%. This might be the first one all the way up to 100%. And then it's probably going to get called. And once again, Jill Stein and Oliver, Libertarian, and they're affecting this. It's going down to this. Let's go to Trump building a nice lead in Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, 51 to 47%. Trump building up a lead in Pennsylvania. Trump's looking like he wants to run away with these states. That's what it's looking like right now. It's looking like he's getting ready to run away with Minnesota, even though it's way too early for Minnesota. But he looks like he's getting ready to run away with Wisconsin. Wisconsin, he's getting ready to run away with that. Michigan, he's getting ready to run away with Michigan. Legitimately, he's going to run away with Michigan. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. But it looks like they want. Detroit might be something, you know, we still got Detroit, right? So Detroit, very liberal. We'll see what happens with Detroit. Does it narrow it down? Does it put her back in the lead? We still don't know. We still have a very, very tight race, even though Trump seems to be up right now. Pennsylvania, once again, the same thing. Even though Trump right now is building a nice hefty lead, we still got Philadelphia. We still have many more places counting votes. And Virginia, right now, Virginia, she's up by 2% right now in Virginia. So we don't know. Affecting her having a bigger lead is Jill Stein. She has 30,000 votes. And Oliver, the Libertarian, has 16,000 votes. Not sure who it may be affecting. He's affecting Trump. She's affecting Kamala Harris. So that's the big update I have for you guys right now. Check out New York Times map. They got Trump at 282.42. He's at 230 now. Let's see real quick. Yep, he's at 230 now. Something's happening. Something happened. Something got called. Georgia. No, Georgia didn't get called yet. I don't know. What happened? What happened, ladies and gentlemen? Talk to me. Somebody knows something I don't. Pennsylvania still hasn't been called. Michigan still hasn't been called. Wisconsin hasn't been called. Let's see. We can zoom in here real quick. Look at New York. 3.1, 83% of the vote. See, New York, 3.1. Nah, it's not close. It's by a lot. But it's just New York City. It's literally New York City killing it. Virginia looks like she's going to win. Virginia, guys. She holds on to that lead with 80% left. She might just win. Georgia, we're waiting for Georgia. Georgia's 136,000 difference right now in Georgia. North Carolina got called. North Carolina finally got called. That's what it was. There you go. Trump wins North Carolina, 230. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very, very close to the finish line. So that's what got called. But I thought North Carolina already had gotten called. I'm sorry, guys. I was confused. I really did think. Sorry, I'm a little late to the party. Somebody said Chicago destroys Illinois just like New York City destroys New York. Yep. At least have a balance, right? You can have a Republican, Democrat. It's just all Democrat. Like there's no balance at all. Let's see. So North Carolina was called finally, about time. Virginia hasn't been called yet. Virginia is very, very tight. What's happening in Virginia? It's extremely tight in Virginia right now. Maryland got called. Yeah, she won Maryland. She had 1.4 million. Pennsylvania, he's building a nice lead in Pennsylvania. What happened? Maine. She's up right now in Maine. Looks like she's probably, but only 23% reporting right now, so we don't know. New Hampshire. Yeah, very, very close in New Hampshire. 60, 70% looks like she could win that in New Hampshire right now. Milwaukee is having trouble with the machines. Let's see, Milwaukee. So we're looking at Wisconsin right now. Trump is up, building a 3% lead right now. Okay, what else do we have? Georgia. I'm waiting for Georgia. This is I think if Georgia gets called, then we're looking at something spectacular happening. 16 electoral votes. Trump now just becomes so close to 270. Yeah, I'm waiting for Georgia to get called, guys. Georgia is what's missing right now. Huh?
Minimum wage, it's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Caitlin McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it. And that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the
Look how sad they are. Oh my God, these people were so confident. They called you Nazis. They called you crazy. They called you sellout. They called you coons. They called you every name in the book. They called you every name in the book. They say you were going to lose, but I'm not going to rub it in their face. The fact that they're very sad right now, not going to rub it in their face. This is not the time for that. It's not the time to split up as a country. It's not time for any of that. It's time to lock in, make this country a great place. And I hope that this is a reality call, no matter what happens. No matter what happens, I hope that this is a reality call, that the mainstream media is on your side. The mainstream media is lying all the time for you. And legitimately, it has become way too big to rig, that you guys are getting a wake-up call. If you look at the difference between them, look at the Trump headquarters. People are celebrating, listening to music, having the time of their life. All right, here we go. It's time to unite as a country. Forget all these people. I don't want to even care. Like, look, they're melting down. I get it. And it's going to be funny for some time, but it's time to unite. It's time to come together. Finally, common sense. Literally, in this chat right now, in this chat, we have gay conservatives, we have Muslims, we have black people, we have every race, we have everybody. And guess what we all have in common? We are all American, but the biggest thing we have in common is that we're God's children. After being God's children, we are all American. And we all want to make this country a better place. We all want the world to be a safer place. We don't want world war. We don't want nuclear war. We want to lock in and stop the wars. We want to lock in and create better lives for ourselves, right? We want to protect children. We want to protect people from every bad thing that could possibly happen. So that's what this is about. And I think that a lot of people think that on this side, we don't want that for every American. And sure, if people on this side don't want that, then I don't want them. Telling you, man, got to lock in. All right. Pennsylvania, same thing. Still no update here. 80% of the vote. Trump is, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say anything anymore that has to do with winning or losing, or losing or winning right now. Arizona. Let's go check in on Arizona real quick. Yeah, you don't have to be nice to them, guys. You don't even have to talk to them ever again. You just let them be in their own world. Let them. If you do that, I promise you, you'll be more at peace. Fuck what they're doing. I don't care. But I also don't wish harm on fellow Americans, people in this country that are going through a lot of mental problems, if you know what I mean. Because a lot of them are about to lose it. And specifically with this, well, what's happened? Well, like I said, whatever happens tonight, these people legitimately think that we're the worst people in the world, and we're literally killing them on a popular vote. So this is one of the biggest reality calls and reality checks for people like Destiny, for people like Hassan Piker. This is a huge reality check for a lot of these, for Harry Sisson. This is a huge reality check for a lot of these people that have been laughing. Joe Biden's better. Trump is better. Just look at the exit polls. Look at the exit polls. Look at the polls as a whole. It's a huge wake-up call for all of you fucking idiots that think, okay, there I go, being a bad person. I apologize. My bad, guys. I didn't mean to flip out like that. All right. So something just went for Kamala. What just went for Kamala? Was it New Mexico? I think New Mexico has been called. New Mexico is close. Closer than a lot of people would have thought that would have been. PA, still nothing changed in PA. Michigan, oh my God, Trump, look at the lead he's building in Michigan. I told you guys, he's looking to take off from Michigan. Let's take a look at the betting market. Betting market has Trump almost at 90%. Look at this, almost at 90%. Yeah, they have Trump to win Michigan right now, 78%. Trump to win Wisconsin at 94%. Trump to win Pennsylvania at 89%. Ladies and gentlemen, it's looking like a landslide according to the betting markets, but I'm not going to celebrate. Georgia, what's going on in Georgia? Did it get called yet? Georgia, has Georgia been called yet? Let's see. No, it hasn't been called yet. Georgia still has not been called. They're at 91 reporting right now. 91 reporting. So it hasn't been called yet. All right.
Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in.
Well, Fox News isn't calling North Carolina, even though Axios already called North Carolina. A bunch of people already called North Carolina, but apparently Fox News isn't calling. What's going on with Fox News? What's going on with Fox News? Whose team are these people on? They're not even calling, North Carolina, really. Everybody's calling North Carolina. What's Brian Tyler Cohen saying right now? Brian Tyler Cohen is another clown. Brian Tyler Cohen. Let's see. Let's go to his live stream. Brian Tyler Cohen is melting down, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, David Pakman. What does David Pakman say? Oh man, this is my favorite part. This is my favorite part. David Pakman, where you at? David Pakman, you're getting cooked too. Yeah. Now we're about to hear so much shit about people and democracy and all of that. This is amazing because the meltdowns are about to be unbelievable, but they're going to be proven so wrong because all that fear mongering that they did, talking about this is the end of democracy, you're going to go back to chains, whites only. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over. They lost. And when he gets inaugurated and these next 4 years happen, guess what? None of that shit is going to happen. And I'm always going to keep the receipts of all you fucking Latinos, del Latino mamabicho que son, that constantly keep saying that, oh my God, we're going to get deported. American people are going to get deported because that's what we are. We're American. Apparently, anytime you think of an American, you only think of white people. But anyways, I'm never going to forget the fear-mongering campaign that you guys launched in order to try to win the election. I'm never going to forget that. All right, here we go. Let's check. Let's see what's going on. Minnesota. Ooh, Minnesota flipped hard. All right, let's see. Minnesota. What's going on with Minnesota? All right, Minnesota has gone blue. Minnesota, 10 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania is Trump is still in the lead in Pennsylvania. Trump in the lead in Georgia still hasn't been called yet. Trump is in the lead there. Minnesota, what is happening in Minnesota? Whoa, Somalis. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see if we get some more updates as far as, let me see. Trump will be delivering remarks. I'm not sure, but when he does start delivering remarks, we're going to be watching. Let's see. Trump starts delivering remarks. Please, somebody let me know when he does. I don't have an extra laptop with me. Looking at other stuff. Okay, so thank you so much for your donation, guys. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all right now. Appreciate everybody showing love. So this is what we got going on right now. Minnesota, with just 47% reporting, has flipped to Kamala Harris, and then we're gonna see what happens in the next flip. If there is another flip, we shall find out. Arizona has very tight race. Arizona neck to neck, 50-cent reporting happening right now. So yeah, Trump just needs to lock in Georgia. Lock in Georgia right now. If he locks in Georgia, locks in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, election is over. Trump wins. We all go home. We all go home. All right, let's see. So the betting markets, let's see what the betting markets are saying right now. Betting markets still pretty much the same thing. Minnesota, she has 95% chance of winning Minnesota now. So Minnesota flipped. The betting markets also flipped on Minnesota. So Minnesota looks like it's not going to be Trump, but still too early to tell. Let's see what we got going on here. Fox.
Let's chain them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us.
Chained actually to the desk.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough.
Allowed breaks occasionally. But.
Yes.
So, Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best was when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is, why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know, and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues.
All right, I don't know. They're chatting up a storm on Fox. We're going to be keeping track of what's going on overall, but I will say that it's not over. Minnesota, Georgia, we still got a lot of work to do, guys. Still got a lot of work. Still got stuff going on. Obviously, local elections happening. We have, of course, Carrie Lake. We have other stuff that we gotta talk about. All right, Georgia. What's going on with Georgia? Georgia still hasn't been called. 91% reporting. Yeah, Democrats are banking on over-reporting at this point. Trump up in Michigan, we're only 38%. Wisconsin, Minnesota flipped like up by a lot. With 50% reporting. So yeah, we really don't know. It's too early. It's too early, guys. Don't get too excited. Yeah, it seems like they're rolling. They're rolling all this thing. You never know. You never know. Don't celebrate. Don't be that person tonight that, celebrate. How long have we been on this live stream for? We've been on this live stream for 4 hours and 32 minutes. We've done 2 lives. We've streamed for over 8 hours today, almost 9 hours, guys. So like I said, stick with me here. Don't go to sleep because the same setup from 2020 is very possible. And I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm just saying stay locked in, guys. Don't start celebrating. Don't start celebrating because the same thing that happened in 2020 could damn sure happen tonight. You got to stay locked in. All right, let's see. What has changed? Has anything changed? Virginia is still the same. Virginia is still kind of close. Not too close. Still kind of close. Michigan, like, Minnesota flipped in a heartbeat, right? So we don't know, right? Will Georgia get called? Like, what's going on with Georgia? Why Georgia hasn't been called? Yeah, it's literally the same setup. Like, same setup. What's this? Oh, yeah. But it's not happening. He's winning the popular vote this time. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Minnesota has now flipped. Well, it's not over in Minnesota yet, even though we still got to get the next batch of votes to happen in Minnesota. Let's see what's going on. Trump will be going live soon. I'm guessing he's waiting to declare victory. Then he's going to come out and speak to the American people. That's big. That's big stuff happening right now. Let's see. Well, she just won another state. She's catching up, guys. 205. It's not over yet. Do not fuck around and find out. Virginia just got called for her with 82% reporting. Virginia just got called. That's pretty big for her. 13 electoral votes. She's at 205. We're at 230. Yeah. Getting very interesting. Very, very, very interesting here. Yeah, PA needs to call like immediately, and Georgia needs to call immediately, and then it's over. They're not calling, guys. I don't know. This needs to happen like within the next 10 minutes. All right, here we go. North Carolina, Trump.
That they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that. Couldn't figure out how to.
Sure, kid. Sure. Let's get an update here as Fox News is all over the place with their liberals. Iowa, Trump won Iowa already. Iowa's already won. That poll that came out by Ann Selzer, trash. A lot of people lost a lot of credibility. Also, the Nostradamus of reporting of who's going to win. Remember that guy, the Nostradamus of who's going to win the elections? He always gets it right. Where's he at tonight? Doesn't look too good for them. Antifa's already rioting. What are my thoughts? My thoughts are very simple. I want to see this go all the way through. I want to know who's going to win. I want to see Georgia get called already. I want to see Pennsylvania get called already. I want to see these places get called. And I just want it to be over. If I'm being honest, I'm too anxious. I just want to see it end. And I just want to go on and move on. And I want to be able to celebrate. And not only celebrate, but I want to be able to cover people's reactions to this. I want to be able to, obviously I'm getting word that MSNBC is not doing too good right now. MSNBC is having a meltdown, Rachel Maddow meltdown. Like I said, these are things that we're going to be covering. Joy Reid having a meltdown against white women and white men, of course, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to be covering all this stuff for sure. Let's see, what else do we have here? Listen, man, and I also really want to see what JD Vance is going to be like as vice president. I really think he's going to show people what being a vice president is. I'm very excited about JD Vance. I'm very excited about this administration that's coming up. Elon Musk, Ron Paul, and Elon Musk working together. I'm very excited about stuff like that. Libertarians having cabinet. What Democrats, Tulsi Gabbard. I'm ready to see everything for what it is. If I'm being very honest with you guys, those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I'm very excited to see something different. And finally, we can put to rest all the fucking fear mongering about Project 2025. Like I said, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's just see. Let's just see what goes on. Still got a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. Long way to go. Thank you for your donations, guys. Really does mean the world to me. The View meltdown. I mean, these meltdowns are going to be fucking epic, dude. Epic. Like, so epic. If this goes through, it's going to be epic. So that's, we got this map right now, man. Iowa, Trump won Iowa in a heartbeat. +3, that she was going to win Iowa and all this crazy stuff. So we're just waiting for Georgia to be called, man. Georgia gets called, Pennsylvania gets called, election over. Literally. Georgia, 16, Pennsylvania, 19, and then Michigan or Wisconsin, it's over. It's done. We're going home. Hold the line, laser focus. Yeah, hold the line. Yeah, they're still not calling, man. They're still not calling. I'm here. I'm waiting for you guys. I'm here waiting with you guys. See what's gonna happen. This is the big turning point right here. She either gets really, really close or he takes off and wins. There's only two things that gotta happen right now. He takes off, wins. She catches up. And that's not what you want. That's not where you really want to be right now. So, just needs to get called. We're going to see the numbers change. If the number changes to blue right now, that's a very, very bad sign. So, somebody said, dude, this isn't going to be done for a week. I don't believe that. I believe we'll know about tonight. The popular vote, Donald Trump keeps climbing. 60 million votes in a popular vote to Kamala Harris's 56 million. Crazy. Yeah, they called Virginia for Harris. Yeah, they did. I already know. See what we have going on YouTube real quick. See what we have going on YouTube. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's get an update.
Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues. Energy, all of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? We'll have to come back.
All right, let's get an update here from Georgia. Still nothing from Georgia. I'm going to hit the refresh button real quick. I know people in the comments are saying that it got called. It's not called yet, guys. Trust me. We know if it got called. We know if it got called. A lot of you guys are just lying in the comments. And Pennsylvania still hasn't been called either. Oh, no, that's West Virginia. Oh, got me. It almost got me, man. I was about to say, oh, they called Pennsylvania. Shit. Michigan, Trump is building a big lead there. You know, is Detroit going to help her when they start counting Detroit? That's going to be big. As far as the blue wall that they keep talking about, Georgia's 93% of the vote and still hasn't been called. Georgia still has not been called. I see why you guys are anxious, man. Trust me, I get it. I get it, man. I get it. You know, and when the time comes, we're going to have conversations about California. We're going to have conversations about New York, you know, how fast these things are being called and counted, you know, compared to other states, right? We had states like New York being counted extremely fast, but states like, you know, Georgia, you know, these are questions that I have as somebody that just have these questions. I have these questions, just me. Let's see. Do we have any updates here? Axios still has the same thing, 230 to 205 still. Or let's see, neck to neck in Pennsylvania. Let's see. Michigan reporting, very interesting. As far as what happened? They had her at 212. So she just jumped again. Let's see.
Welcome back.
So there are a number of states that we are not able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, you know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and you know, if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh yeah,
yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a third term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by midnight.
Yep.
Ticking down. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4.
Let's go to the map. Let's go to the map. Did we get an update? 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 No update. No update. No update. Huh? I'm looking for this update. I really don't even like. I know Fox News is talking, guys, but I'm here with you guys. I'm here. Trust me, I'm here. Let's check out Minnesota real quick. See what's going on in Minnesota. Minnesota is not too far off. 55% of reporting. She's up right now in Minnesota. Wisconsin, he's up in Wisconsin, Michigan with 45%. Still a lot more voting to go with Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. But Pennsylvania, Trump, 3 million. Kamala, 2.7. He's building a huge lead in Pennsylvania. This is huge because we're at 83% reporting in. Georgia still hasn't been called. Should be anytime soon. Getting close there, though. 50 to 48% Trump. And yeah, Trump is gaining again in Minnesota. So we're going to see. What's up with Arizona? Arizona, we're looking at Arizona right now. Let me see something real quick. Arizona, we're at oh my God, Arizona is neck to neck. Neck to neck. What is going on in Arizona? I didn't know there were that many liberals in Arizona. People keep saying Georgia has been called. It has not been called. Please stop writing that in the comments. We'll know when it gets called. We'll know when it gets called, guys. Be patient.
Describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen
based on
and
our calls.
Did happen? It would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if. The blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say, I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources.
All right, the vibes are bad. Allegedly, vibes are bad. Vibes are bad. Vibes are not good. Joy has left the building, ladies and gentlemen. Joy has left the building. This guy smiles like no tomorrow. I've never seen somebody smile so hard. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just as anxious as you guys are to see what's going on here. Georgia still hasn't been called. We're waiting on that. Georgia, 93% of the vote has been counted. 93%. Minnesota, 55%. Pennsylvania, 84%. Trump is up 51 to 48.1. So yeah, it's very interesting to see when Georgia gets called here. Arizona remains tight, but I think Trump might just edge it out in Arizona as well. So let's see what's up. All right, let's see what's going on. Let's go back to Fox. Let's go back. Oh, we got some people dancing. Kamala Harris HQ. We got some people dancing. Yeah, I don't know what they're dancing about. Let's see.
Accurate, and that any challenges go through the regular quarterly lawful process. But we will.
Yeah, I don't want to play that music, but yeah, apparently they're dancing over there at the Kamala Harris HQ. They don't even care. They probably got drove in a bus. Probably got drove in a bus over there. Probably got drove in a bus. They probably got free food as well. Free food. Let's see. Boom. Georgia still nothing. PA, Trump still got a big lead there. Michigan, Trump has a big lead there as well. Bigger than I thought he was going to have in Michigan, if I'm being honest. Trump winning these states is actually pretty crazy. What else do we got going on here? Let's go back here to the Kamala Harris HQ. Trump winning, boom. Yeah. Somebody said I dance for free food. I get it. Dancing for free food. You know what? In this market and to what these people have done to this country, I don't blame you. I really don't blame you guys. I don't blame you guys at all, one bit.
Jackie was spellbound by that. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Mm-hmm. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent. He's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law, what kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down to
some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump was politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at now, for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls, it said it was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, etc. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way,
right,
and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that. And I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this. We got to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign.
All right, guys, we're going to check the map. Let's check the map. Let's get an update here. Let's get an update. Let's see what's going on. All right, here we go. Let's have to take a step back. All right, so dark red, that means that we are getting very, very close. Very close as far as the election goes and voting goes. Wisconsin is getting close, not too close. Pennsylvania, Trump up 3.1 to 2.9 almost. So it's not bad. Pennsylvania, Georgia still hasn't been called. Jeez, what is happening in Georgia, dude? Yeah, so Newsmax has 240. Yeah, we're not listening to anybody but the big mainstream media outlets right now, only because that's just where we're at. Fox, MSNBC, unfortunately, they are the ones that call this shit most of the time. So we're going to stick with them for now. We could go to Newsmax if you guys want to, but I don't know. I'm here at the Associated Press. They got it at 230, 210. So somebody said cheating is happening, cheating is happening, cheating is happening. Something's happening, guys. Smells funny over here. I can't wait for this to be done. Hopefully it's done quick. Nevada still hasn't even hit the map. Nevada still hasn't even been Nevada is nowhere to be found right now. Daily Wire, that not going to any pages right now. We're just looking at this. They're all getting the same news I'm getting. Trust me on that. We're all here. Remember, the mainstream media has to call it. Nobody else can call it for Trump. They have to call it. Safe. Georgia, what's up, Georgia? Come on, man. What is happening in Georgia, dude? All right, we're getting an update here from Georgia.
159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. we're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but.
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check
no, it's
in.
okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural and the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question, the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
All right, guys. So just trying to get updates right now from this map. Fox News obviously waiting before they call anything because they don't want to lose credibility, even though a lot of people say they would already lost credibility. It's looking funny. And this is why I told you guys don't celebrate and lock in. You guys got to lock in, and hopefully this goes all the way to the finish line. That's the goal. Anybody sent donations, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you guys for your donations. I truly, truly appreciate you guys. Yeah, so this is what it's looking like right now, guys. This is the update. They update this about every 25 seconds, every 20 seconds. Yeah. Look, you're just looking for Pennsylvania, Georgia right now to get called. Both of those get called. I mean, yeah, I'm going to be here all day with you guys. I'm going to be with you guys for the rest of the time, man, as long as you guys have me. This is what we started doing this for. And we're finally, at the finish line. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Trump gets in. And we got to deal with all the craziness, but let's deal with it when we get to deal with it. Now, we're just waiting to see. People are saying Trump won Georgia. We can't keep saying that, but I mean, yeah, sure. They have to say that he won Georgia. It has to get approved. It has to get called. Once it gets called, then it'll get counted for him. But if you think you could go to sleep tonight and think that Trump is going to win, got to think twice. You must not have lived through 2020. And I wasn't even a Trump supporter back at that time, but I was watching the election. And I remember thinking, oh, Trump is going to win. Trump is probably going to win. It looks like Trump is going to win. And then I wake up and it's Biden won. Biden's winning. Kamala Harris calling Joe Biden, talking about, we did it, Joe, right? And, this is one of those things that just don't go to bed. Don't go to bed until you seal the deal. Just my opinion. If you guys are getting tired, make sure to go get a coffee. Get a bar, whatever it is that you want to get. Nevada still hasn't even started counting anything. That's the craziest part. Nevada is just dark black. All right, here we go.
Very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks. And we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states. And you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early and 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind. And they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision. Because like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because they thought the Harris campaign thought.
Guys, I don't know if you guys own any crypto, but right now Bitcoin is booming at 74,000, going all the way up to 75, 76, and could potentially hit 80,000 for the first time. Bitcoin and the Donald J. Trump stock is also booming.
Enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, so Georgia hasn't been called. So the reason why I'm waiting for Fox, MSNBC, or any of these news outlets that are the mainstream legacy media is because they're safeguard, meaning that they could get sued millions of dollars and billions of dollars for potentially, doing something like that. RSBN, they could do it. A whole bunch of different people. They're not on safeguard.
Trump winning, and we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Carl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2-1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan? White Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue.
And RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign.
I really don't want to hear about that. Oh, come on, dude. We can't have the same thing that happened in 2020 happen again, man. Can't. Just can't, ladies and gentlemen. This needs to end tonight. This needs to be done, signed, sealed, and dealed. Can't give these people extra days. Have to finish the job now. Because if this goes past tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it's not looking good. People keep saying Georgia has now been called. We will know when Georgia's called. Trust me, we will know. Georgia has now been called for Trump. Stop listening to other people, other sites. Only listen to the mainstream. Unfortunately, guys, I never would tell you to do that, trust me, but only listen to what they're saying and doing as of right now. If CNN called it, if ABC called it, then I believe it. Just got Georgia. Everybody's saying Georgia. CNN called Georgia. Look it up. Oh, it's over. Georgia has been called. All right, let me see. I just don't see Georgia get called. Maybe he got called. Let's see. Georgia getting called here. CNN called it. All right, it's over. Got it. It's over. All right, so CNN called Georgia, which is big time. Let's go to CNN real quick. See what's going on in CNN. Once that loads up, I'm gonna put the volume on. They said CNN called it. Once again, I'm not sure about that, but we're gonna see right now. It's not loading up. Let's go back to Fox here. Let's go see what's going on. NBC called it. See.
50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like, you
know, I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious as we get a day or so away from this.
All right, guys. It's true what you guys said. They're projecting it. Let's take a listen.
And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very hotly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency. And CNN can project that.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. For some reason, CNN called it, but the rest of the safeguard hasn't called it yet.
They projected it.
They're projecting it?
They're not saying it's actual.
It's all projection, yeah, but they have to call. But it seems like Georgia is up. GG's, ladies and gentlemen. But we still got more work to do. We still have Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen.
And yet today, to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he's made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2000.
Bro, he's winning the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for this to update from the Associated Press. We're waiting for it to update. Is Axios updated? Not sure. They're gonna update soon, so don't focus on that just yet. But Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, is leading the popular vote. Did you guys expect that? Do you guys expect that? I wasn't expecting that. Pennsylvania is the most. Once he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Yeah, once he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. No, stop saying that. Yes, so you guys are lying. No popular vote. He hasn't won the popular vote in 2 elections. Now he's the most popular guy ever, and finally we got to see it. I wasn't expecting it, if I'm being honest. If you were, I hope you're being honest about that. But I wasn't expecting him to win the popular vote right now. Like, being ahead in the popular vote is actually insane to me. Being that Democrats will lead you to believe that most of the country hates this guy. Most of the country hates this guy. That's the picture that they painted for us. But it seems like that's not even close to what the truth is. And I think I bought into some of that too, by basically, thinking that maybe they're right. Maybe, more people, will come out in droves, and Trump isn't the most popular. He's very popular, but he's not the most popular. And I was wrong about that. And I got to admit that. All right. We're still waiting for more updates here, more Georgia to be called by the safeguard. They're being called by CBS. CNN just projected Trump to win Georgia, which is huge. Oh my God. So many Democrats probably melting down like no tomorrow, man. So many Democrats. Elon Musk just posted that healing has begun in the United States of America. Shout out to everybody from Georgia, man. See what's going on here. Look at their faces. Trump just flipped Georgia. Yeah, NBC called it. So yeah, it's looking like it is what it is. It's looking like that's what's happening.
That every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and
it doesn't sound too good out there, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds bad.
2016, when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some
Up over
movement.
6 points. Yeah, up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right. Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at electoral college vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We're going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think two things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that
let's look at the map one more time real quick. I'm trying to get CNN, on, but for some reason CNN is not working. Oh, my laptop is acting up. Ooh, that scared me. All right. Yeah, don't try nothing new. Just leave it alone, go. Stop trying shit.
Percentage than that. I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but.
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona, Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states? Yes.
There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit. We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a, what would go here?
It's part of her hope,
It
right?
went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
and it's 99%
Left out. How much is that? 99% in or 90? What'd you say?
90,
99%.
statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July,
Guys, I have a very scary update here. Let me see something real quick. Just saw this video from MSNBC. Apparently, this is in Pennsylvania. Apparently, this is the bullshit I be talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Make sure we still got sound on this video. Apparently, there's a bunch of trucks coming with ballots.
Looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with two different vans. But I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here because...
Bro, what? I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't confirm what that was, to be honest, but that what the hell is that? Interesting. We're gonna keep an eye out. We're gonna keep an eye out on that for sure. Definitely don't want any fishy stuff. Ballots truck. When all is panic, call in the ballot trucks. They're coming. We got to check on Pennsylvania. Let's take.
that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there if the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandra.
Yeah.
To report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight, Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia. And there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right? And
I'm telling y'all, man, New York is red. Just certain areas are extremely blue. Look at New York. Look at New York. Crazy. All right. Anyways, let's go to the map. Hold on. Before I go to the map, see what's going on here real quick.
path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris.
All right, let's go to the map. The map right now is showing, ladies and gentlemen, the map is right here in front of me. We are red. Trump, we're so close, man. It's very, very close to this night being over and it being called. Trump is leading the popular vote by 5.6. I mean, what am I saying? By 65.6 million votes. This guy is killing Harris with the popular vote. A lot of people said that he would lose the popular vote and win the Electoral College. Looks like he's going to do both, which is historic landslide victory. A lot of people doubted this man. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go look at the PA numbers. PA, Pennsylvania. What are we doing in Pennsylvania? So Trump wins Georgia, which we already covered that. Let's look at Pennsylvania right now. What do we got from Pennsylvania? Oh man, Pennsylvania. He's running away, guys. He's running away with Pennsylvania. This is about to get called soon. Once this gets called, it's over. She has no chance of really winning, and then he's gonna win Michigan. And Michigan right now, what it's looking like in Michigan update. Wow, he's running away with Michigan with 60% of the vote coming in and the reporting being done. Wisconsin, He is up right now in Wisconsin, running away with both states. So he's running away with all 3 states. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to celebrate. What happened? Oh, Nevada. Ooh, Nevada. Trump is running away with Nevada as well. 6 electoral votes. Trump running away with Nevada. Thank you for pointing that out. Big deal, ladies and gentlemen. Trump running away with Arizona. Nope, he's not running quite away with Arizona. It's very close in Arizona right now, but he is winning. So if he wins Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, well, he doesn't need all of that to win. All he needs right now is Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. Either one will do. But if he gets Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we're going to look at one of the greatest landslides in the history of politics. Trump in 2024, after every indictment possible, after being found guilty for bullshit, after 2 assassination attempts, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about one of the greatest. And I told you guys, we're witnessing history. A lot of you fucking idiots keep falling for the same thing over and over by the mainstream media. Oh my God, he's a racist. Oh my God, Project 2025. You're watching history and you're not even in the moment. You're not present. 100 years from now, we're going to be looking at this run by Trump. Nobody's ever going to do it like this. I promise you. Nobody's ever going to do it like this. And only thing I'm excited about is Trump for peace. As soon as he gets elected, pick up the phone, call Zelensky, call Vladimir Putin, call Netanyahu, call Xi Jinping, call everybody. Make peace in the Middle East, make peace in Ukraine and Russia. Stop the war, stop the killing, stop inflation. Bitcoin. People are already getting rich. By the way, Trump is making a lot of people rich right now with Bitcoin. A lot of people who own Bitcoin, who bought Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin is almost at 75,000, maybe on its way to 80,000. So Trump right now, as we're looking at Pennsylvania, about to get called, maybe he's going to get called. Let's see. Do we have an update from Fox? No update yet. We're going to get the update soon. But anyways, yeah, a lot of people. Oh, Arkansas for Trump.
Alaska.
I mean, Arkansas, Jesus. Alaska for Trump right now. Alaska is looking like a very red map. It's looking crazy right now. We just got to get to the finish line. These things have to get called. Pennsylvania got to lock in. Just call it. I can't wait for this to be over because I want to talk so much shit. I do. Trust me, I do. I want to talk a lot of shit to a lot of people. Charlemagne the God. It's one. Where is he at? Is he all right? Charlemagne the God. The Shade Room. Fat Joe. All these people. I'm going to be keeping track that when Trump takes office, his first year in office, we're going to see where your rights taken away. All this, what is it whites only now? I'm keeping track of all the fear mongering. Democracy, did it go away? World War III, right? Gays, trans, all this stuff can't live under a Trump presidency. Project 2025, they're going to take all our rights away. I'm keeping track of all you fucking dickheads that decided to fearmonger in this election like never before. I'm keeping tracks. I'm keeping tabs on y'all. And we're going to see. We're going to see. I'm going to call y'all every day. Is your rights? Are you okay? Are you all right? Yo, bro, did they take your rights away? I'm going to call you every day. I'm going to check up on y'all. I'm going to check up on all of y'all every day. Yo, bro, did Trump take your rights away yet? No? You're getting money? You're getting paid? You're getting rich? I thought you hate Trump. If you own Bitcoin, you already got rich tonight. Trump didn't even win yet. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's see the map. Let's see the map. Now, the map still looks the same right now. Let's go to Fox. Nah, no update. They're just talking. Pennsylvania, that's where once that gets called, it's over. We got 90% of the vote in Minnesota has been has been counted. So see what happens here.
And had they thought there was really was an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I
think
don't
that the
know.
exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a right in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot.
Oh my goodness, Fox! What the hell is going on with Fox, man? The hell's going on with Fox News?
I'm going to say that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, oh, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, well, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see?
Fucking dickhead. This guy right here, dickhead. This is what you call a dickhead.
You work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said. If Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, they're going to be, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is...
Bro, this guy right here is deranged as they come. Idiot, dickhead. I don't even want to listen to him. Dumb. This guy just said, oh, I don't think he won because the prices of eggs were high. I think he won because people don't want a woman. Man, shut your ass up. Shut up. Chatting right now, man. What's wrong with this guy? It's an idiot. Not listening to that today. I'm done with that. I'm done with all the victimization. I'm done with all of that. We locked in. We got to win this. Let's lock in. Let's prove the world wrong. Hey, this is why I'm voting for Trump, because of people like that. This is what my uncles sound like. This is what my aunts sound like. This is what my friends sound like. They sound like that. Oh, I don't think people vote for Trump because the eggs are too high or inflation is high. It's because she's a woman. Like, bro, what? And shut your ass up. Chad. It's the problem with you dickheads, man. All right. Anyways, where we at? Pennsylvania, still nothing on Pennsylvania. Yeah, Pennsylvania right now, we have Trump 51.2%. 51.2%. They still going, they're still arguing.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because of what he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks.
I mean, look, they're trying to balance it out. shout out to Fox. They got liberals and Republicans, but I just don't really want to listen to this right now because they're really chatting. Getting very close. Getting very close. I mean, yeah, they're trying to, be like MSN. Well, they're trying to be like MSNBC. They're trying to have both. They're trying to have, Democrats and Republicans. They're trying to balance it out. They're not trying to be, they're trying to be bipartisan. They just don't want to be very biased. So I get it, but nah, I'm good. Juan is who he is, bro. He's an idiot at this point. He's a dummy. All right, here we go. Let's go back. Let's see. Can we get an update, please? All right, no update. They're going on commercial break right now. So hopefully by the time they come back, man, we just got to get Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, dude. Come on. Let's fucking go. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. One o'clock in the morning. Let's see. 1 o'clock a.m. 2024, November 6th. Are we going to have the election results? Wait. Yeah, we just got to lock in and wait. That's all. It's hard. This is the hardest thing to do right now is wait to celebrate. Sometimes these things happen. PBD podcast is still live, actually. Let's check in on PBD podcast, guys. So we checking on PBD. Let's switch it up a little bit. We'll still stay on Fox, but let's just switch it up.
For themselves and not for you. We should be delivering for the average American.
Oh my God.
Our housing prices are through the roof. Why? Because of Wall Street. Because of the private equity guys buying off all of our homes. You should be fighting against that, not helping support billionaires rob the place blind.
But Cenk, there's a part of it that you're right. We talked about that earlier, where we said 4 years ago it took $75,000 your salary to buy a house. Right now it's $120,000. But that happened under Harris and Biden. So, I mean, these are some of the things where even right now, Powell is lowering the rate. Nothing's happening. Interest rates are not dropping. So the average person is just sitting there saying, look, we gave you guys a shot. I thought he was going to be the unifier. I thought he was going to be the peace. I thought she was going to fix the border. She never once visited that place until it was too late. Don't you just look at this and realize they just didn't deliver on their promises and the ideas are outdated and doesn't work? Are you able to say that, or no, we just need a different leader? Again, same question.
Yeah. So, Patrick, you know that I fought tooth and nail against Joe Biden. I even ran against him in the primary. And I called out everybody who was pretending that he was young and dynamic. And I said he's not on the right track. So the problem isn't Democrat versus Republican. And a lot of Republican voters understand this, and they call it the uniparty. Corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats are on the same team. And I appreciate right-wing voters who realize that Mitch McConnell's a crook. And I wish Democratic voters would replace and realize that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and all those guys are also crooks. So all of those establishment Republicans and Democrats have let Wall Street and the donor class rob us. And that is why we have these rules that allows private equity to buy all the homes and drive up our prices. We've got to replace them with populists, true populists. That's the key.
Vince, you got to stop dropping your mic. You're scaring the crap out of people. Yeah.
Jenny, is that him?
Cenk.
Just want to say this.
BRB, Cenk, because they just called Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump.
What?
And there's one other end. By the way, there's one other end. You know what the other end is? Tom just told me they also called Alaska. Alaska. Tom is saying that's going to be done with. So at this point,
That's it, man.
officially
That's
over?
it. Donald Trump's
It's
president.
over.
That's a wrap. It's over.
a wrap.
It's
It's
over.
over. Wow.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
On his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't
1892.
think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to PBD, man. This is crazy.
Do you mind if
No, we are there, and it is a mathematical impossibility at this hour for the few votes that are left in Pennsylvania, if they were won entirely, to put it back over. So this election is not done. Wisconsin is probably going tonight. It's very, very close to mathematical impossibility. Arizona, they're going to need a week to count in Maricopa County. Everything else has come in. Michigan, probably, I could flip a coin on Michigan right now, but he could win Michigan. And Nevada is probably going to be blue on the strength of all those unions.
Yes.
And so where we are, I think we are at 291 as the ultimate count. But right now at 270, we're done.
Okay, check. Can you guys hear me or no? Can you hear me or no? Can you guys hear me or no? Check. Okay, Emily, what are you thinking?
You know, something Cenk said, I don't know why it just hit me now. It really bothers me because he says he loves America because it's the land of opportunity and justice. But do you know what the Democrats piss me off with the most? It's their way or you're stripped of your opinion and your voice. For example, Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. So now he's denying you of your opinion, or you're not smart, or you're garbage. What Cenk is forgetting, I can't say when Donald Trump wins. He's won this already, but we voted for him. Do we not count either? I just don't understand. Democracy chose Donald Trump. So if you're the party of unity and love and peace like you claim you are, then let's unite our differences. But no, it's their way or the highway. And to me, it just calls out their own hypocrisy. And then I want to call out Vinny. He texted me something very smart. You know, we were thinking, what were the left thinking with Kamala? So what were they thinking? But then Vinny points out their plan was to have Trump assassinated. So this was their plan B. Kamala was their plan B. Plan A was to kill Trump, and that didn't work. And now they're eating their own words, we could say, for lack of better terms. I'm going to go back to Palm Beach, but thank you guys.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Pat. Bye, guys.
Drive safe. Okay, so Trump is working his way up. I think he's about to hit the stage any minute now. When he does, we're going to play it. So if some of the people that want to watch this is like well, you can't go anywhere. It's Generals and Platinum. You need the buses to take you to your cars. Hang tight. By the way, can we take a moment here and do one thing? You know who we have to thank? Can we thank God for not bringing rain when it's at 70% chance? Oh my God. Yesterday, we're all over here. Everyone's taking out their phones. They're like, Pat, 75% chance. I said, I don't know, man. I think he's going to make it work for us. He always does. And somehow, some way he did. To all the generals out there, respect to you guys for watching this and coming down here tonight as well. So, what are you thinking before Trump hits the stage?
Let's thank Patrick Bet David for putting this all down.
Thank you.
Bring it all back home, brother.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Dominic, you were on fire there with Cenk. I think you got to go on his show and you guys got to have a nice little moment together. Some tells me, we're about to see this. There's a guy with a British accent is going to invite you and Cenk, and he's going to have a good show. His name is
very
Piers
happy
Morgan.
to have some conversation. I'm very happy.
The first round.
I love silence. It's just one argument, and that's it. I'd love to have some. I don't mind. I mean, whenever I'm invited, I never said no. I'm like second or third time with you. I never said no. I always
You're
keep
a
my
fighter.
passport on me. So
You're a fighter. Dave, what are you thinking now? Are you surprised, relieved? Where are you at?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess not. Look, it seemed like this is where it's going through the whole night. I'm really not surprised. It's a remarkable night in American history. I don't know what to say other than that. It's truly incredible. This guy, we've never seen anything like the opposition that Donald Trump has faced. Certainly not in my lifetime. I'm 41. There's never been anything like it in my lifetime, where you have a former president who has the entire deep state, both the establishment of both political parties, the entire media, all of Hollywood, all of the big donors, all against him. And the fact that he was somehow able to put this campaign together and pull it off, it speaks to his ability. It speaks to...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready to go into RSBN. We're going to be spending the rest of the time here with RSBN. And the fact that Trump is officially the winner of this election, this is what a time to be alive. We've come a long way. Associated Press is not ready to accept it. They're not ready, but it's pretty much done. Mathematically, she has no shot of winning. So it's pretty much secured and done. And wow, this is, we did it, Joe. Literally, we did it, Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe Biden. Oh my God, this is absolutely nuts, man. Oh man, I don't even know what to say, dude. Trump is about to take the stage. We're gonna be keeping track of that. We're gonna hear what we gotta say. This is gonna be crazy, dude. It still hasn't hit me that he won. Still hasn't hit me. You guys know I can't wait for him to start making those calls, start looking for peace. The country getting back to where it was at in 2018, 17, 19, beginning part of 20. Literally, it was too big to rig. It literally was too big to rig. And look, for those who made a change, who never thought in their life that they would, that never thought you'd be here, that you were, never a Republican or never a Trump supporter, or never thought that you'd be into politics, but you ran into my channel and you literally were like, fuck it, I'm gonna vote for Trump. I'm gonna take a chance against my family, against people that I love, that their opinion is gonna be different from mine. They're gonna catch up one day. A lot of people are gonna realize that when they get older, a long time from now, they're going to realize that they were on the wrong side of history, that we are experiencing something unbelievable in this country that could potentially make the biggest difference. And trust me, there's a lot of people, Hispanics, Black people, white people, even Asians, people from Asia are always on this live stream. people that never thought that they'd be coming together with other folks that don't even look like them. We did it. We got it. We got it done. We won this election, and this is just the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of work to do. This is where the work starts for real now. The administration, not only the administration, but what type of chaos is going to follow this. Hoping none. I'm really hoping that the streets are safe, the people are safe, that everything, all the predictions about things going wrong. I'm really hoping that they're wrong. I'm hoping that they're wrong. Shout out to the homies. Shout out to the real ones that held it down. Donald Trump projected the winner, 47th. Fucking did it, bro. We fucking did it. Oh my God. Oh man. Wow. Get ready though, man. It's like I want to be excited, but I just know that now we definitely have to get ready for all hell to break loose. But I'm hoping that that's not the case. I'm hoping that that's not the case. And something tells me that's not going to be the case. Something really does tell me that's not going to be the case. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so we are awaiting word on if President Trump will indeed take the stage there, but we do see that podium there right now. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're covering it here live, 1:33 a.m. Eastern time. What a night, guys. We started at 6 p.m. Eastern. We were calling state after state. And then to see that all of these swing states, is it every swing state, right, guys, went for President Trump, right? I think every swing state went to President Trump. All of this, that 93 electoral votes that were needed went to Donald Trump. Christina, your thoughts tonight? You were tracking everything when it comes to the numbers. What's it like to look at that map and say, hey, it's all red? A lot of it's red.
I think for the most part, we can definitely count on Wisconsin and Michigan. Pennsylvania obviously has been called. A little bit of undecisive feelings right now when it comes to Arizona because it is so close. There's just a very thin margin. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it's right on the border. You think about what these people who live in Arizona have had to deal with illegal migrants coming up, bringing in their fentanyl, nobody to stop them. The Border Patrol swamped, just processing people coming in as opposed to trying to keep the bad guys out. The same thing for Nevada, which is neighboring.
By the way, Trump is winning the popular vote. He won the popular vote and he won the electoral college. This is the most undeniable win I've ever seen in my life. She literally has no path to victory now. You guys have to call it. Shade Room is not trying to call it right now. Oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Go back to the map. Let's go back to the map real quick. I got people hitting me up talking about where are we celebrating tonight. One of my Muslim friends that voted for Trump. We outside. I don't know. God, it has to all be tomorrow, guys. Tonight, I got to take this all in. Pause. I got to take it all in. Trump is about to come out and declare victory. Trump winning Pennsylvania. A lot of people trying not to, a lot of pages are trying not to claim Pennsylvania for Trump. See, let's see what's going on here.
Of course, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is another location where Turning Point has had many events over the years. Student Action Summit that has helped mobilize Gen Z, and Gen Z is Gen free. And as we continue to break numbers and demographics, I think they were a significant part of this entire movement. We saw them not only at the rallies, but knocking on doors, making phone calls. Charlie Kirk, the great founder and chairman of that organization, Turning Point PAC and Turning Point Action, really mobilizing young people to get out the vote. And I think of people like Scott Pressler in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who changed blue counties to red, State College really coming out for President Trump as well. This is an extraordinary.
All right, let's check on CNN, see how they're doing real quick. CNN.
Where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania. He's above 50 in Michigan, where he was at 48 again. And you go back to 2016, 48. Trump was a constant, except this year he grew. He grew, or he's growing anyway. We don't have the final numbers right now, but he's above 50 there. And then in battleground Wisconsin, I won't go back and forth again through it again, but he was a 47, 48, 2016, 2020, and there he is above 50% with, again, this state decided by 20,000 votes, 2 elections in a row. Donald Trump's ahead by 125,000. This state won by Joe Biden last time by 154,000 votes, a big win for the Democrats here. Then the Democratic governor wins in 2022. The Democrats make gain in the legislatures. Democrats think Michigan is growing in their favor. Donald Trump's 243,000 votes ahead with 69%. Still some room there maybe to see it happen. That's the one with the most outstanding vote. And Anderson, as I throw back to you, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so critical to Trump cracking the blue wall, flipping the blue wall in 2016. His biggest disappointment when he lost it in 2020. Still won't admit he lost it in 2020. And now you see in 2024, again, it was an 80,000 vote win for Joe Biden last time. Donald Trump with 94% of the vote counted, Anderson, up by 191,000 votes. In battleground Pennsylvania, that's a blowout.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, as you were pointing out, in Wayne County in Detroit, he 10 percentage points higher than he ran in 2020. And we're seeing that in county after county. Yeah, but what do you expect him to say tonight?
I don't know, Anderson. Listen,
he's going to be short.
Listen,
he's going to be concise.
There's going to be hopefully we see happy Trump. Happy Trump sells, right? Happy Trump's great for America. I think he'll thank the team, Susie, Crystal Savita, the people who've been there when no one else believed. Those folks believed. Susie has been on this team since so far back, nobody can remember. Nobody wanted to see Donald Trump. Nobody wanted to go talk to him. He was a pariah, and Susie was there, and this team has been there the entire time. You know, we sat here, Anderson, through a lot of different trials and tribulations, literally, and 2 assassination attempts. And so I think he has a right at this point to be a little victorious on the stage and, pump his fist and say, damn it, we won. Be a little happy. Take
the trials are probably over now, and the question is, will the tribulations be ours? So,
can I just say, by the way, this isn't the outcome I personally wanted. I'm happy with the decision I made not to support him. But you know what? I think Americans are going to accept it.
Yeah, I'm on the phone with my mom. I just told her that Trump won.
Thank you, Jesus. Come on, God. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah.
And she's Puerto Rican, by the way, guys. A Christian Puerto Rican.
Dios, yo sabía que Dios lo iba a poner, papá Dios. Gracias. Gracias, papá Dios. Gracias, papá Dios. Gracias, Señor. Yeah, come on, I'm crying. Come on, yeah. I was feeling in my heart. Aleluya. Gracias, papá Dios. Se va a arreglar Nueva York, van a hacer muchas cosas buenas ahora en el nombre de Dios. Yes, Jesus. Thank you, God. Aleluya. Gracias, Señor. Aleluya. Cómprame una boca, una camisa, porque yo necesito celebrar esto. Ganó Donald Trump, caramba.
All right, Ma, we'll call you later. All right. Well, my mom is a huge Christian. She believed that Trump needed to win for Christianity. which is why you heard her praise Jesus so much just now, which is where I get my form of Christianity from, something that I've worked my way back toward, in my life, shied away from Jesus, shied away from God for a long time. I became a victim of my circumstances instead of becoming a victor and win in life. So ever since I began walking, this line more conservatively, still liberal in some ways, people would say. But yeah, man, this is huge for Christians, man. Somebody said, can I turn on Fox? Now you guys want to watch Fox. You guys are sick people, man. Now you guys want to watch Fox. Hold on. Before we watch Fox, can we just check up on CNN? Nah, CNN. On MSNBC. I don't even want to check up on these people tonight. Let's go. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see, guys. Let's see. I want to see some celebrations.
Will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Havdi in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie.
The red wave actually came. Somebody said it's not over yet. If you think it's not over yet, then you are actually retarded, and you should not be watching anything about politics. Trump is officially the winner. It's over. Thank you, HB Football Mom. Thank you. He's already won. They're just taking long to count Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's already been called by Safeguard. So he's already projected to win. He's already over 270. He's probably going to finish way over 270, probably in the 300s. Trump has already won. But if you want to wait and you still have hope, good luck. Good luck, my brother. Good luck. All right, let's go here. Let's go to Patrick Bet-David, see what they're talking about.
This is good for everybody. So guess what I'm doing today right now for everybody? They're like, what are you doing? I said, I've decided I want to give $100 for every month you've ever been with the company.
All right, he's out there giving money. Everybody's happy. Everybody's giving away money, all right? Things are already starting to look up for the world. Money, Bitcoin is up. Bitcoin is up by a lot. So we're going to be keeping track on Bitcoin. Let's go back to Fox News real quick.
You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianni, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back.
Sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way. Her boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right.
and we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything.
Hold on, guys. I got to play the clip. Play the clip, Lou. Play the clip. Play the clip. Play the clip. Kamala, you're fire.
So this Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're the worst vice president. You're the worst border czar. There's never been anybody bad like you. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Oh, this is too good.
You have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're grossly incompetent. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out.
Oh my God, that's too good, dude. Oh my goodness. Look, everybody's happy, crying. But
credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with them.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical.
Yeah, we got to check on America. He just mentioned Mark Halperin, and he's literally in the next room. We got to check on America, how America is going to be doing after this election. We really got to check on and see how they're doing, guys.
Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump
sit on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality.
I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him and I said,
guys, should I head to Trump Tower and then go stream there? Do you have a charger? I'm thinking about going out there, man. Trump is going to take some time to come out. I'm thinking about going and then maybe doing a live stream out there. All right, guys. Well, we know who the winner is. I'm going to head to the Trump Tower. I'm going to put on my MAGA hat and I'm going to probably go live stream from there. I'm going to charge my phone. It's going to take me like 20 minutes. So beware with me. And I'll try to time everything out the best way I could for you guys. Yeah, you guys know what he's going to say. Kamala, you're fired. Guys, thank you so much. It was a journey. What a journey. Trump officially the 47th president of the United States of America. Now, democracy ends. People lose their minds and more wars and economy, blah, blah. Whatever is going to happen, it's in God's hands, according to the Democrats. I will be keeping track of all of you Democrats as we're living in China, because I am going to be counting all the days that go by that you still have your freedom, that you still have your rights. You know, I'm going to be counting. All right, guys. I love y'all. See you guys on the next one. Let's go.